Hello there. I am Sir Yetimet, and I welcome you to the adventures in Dundras. When last we left our intrepid band of heroes, Talos, the dragonborn paladin, Dane, the dwarven paladin, Milo, the bardic halfling rogue, and Dallen, the sorceress dragonborn fighter. Our band of heroes were on a quest to save their citadel from an army of the undead. Their home besieged, their hope lied within the creation of a defensive mechanism by their inventor Namfudel that may turn the tide of battle and allow the party to hold back the undead army in time for allies to arrive and waylay their foe. Having successfully rescued Dallen and gotten the first part of the machine, the party went off to find an energy source they could use to power it up, and thus their trip took them to Anar Dracul. From there, the party met with the Circle of Sands, the ones they helped put into power and overthrow its former tyrannical leader, Lord Thanatos. When talking to them about their mission, they didn't have much information, but they were able to inform the party that they had seen some strange lights in an island to the south. In what used to be an abandoned Dwarven Hold known as Thugrahm. Long ago, when the sands were but a forest, leader, Rhanos, used to have a friend with amongst those dwarves. But one day, mysteriously, they abandoned that hold and went off somewhere to the east. Rhanos had never heard from them ever again. To hear that there were lights suddenly flickering within the old hold, this intrigued the party, who thought that perhaps the hold, which used to be once within an extinct volcano. They believe that perhaps their quarry lie there. And so the party joins Rhanos and the council for a dinner and meal before they rested up for the night and took off on the Kraken's skulls for the south. After reaching the island, the party were able to take a rowboat to shore, as it was too dangerous to get too close with a larger ship. They then traversed through the jungle, up the mountain to try and find an entrance. It wasn't long, though, before they were waylaid by a hunting pack of manticores. The party was able to beat them, and they continued on their journey, eventually finding a burnt-out path leading up the mountain. Following it, they found a collapsed area. They figured that whatever this fire elemental was, it must have been strong to break its way through the solid rock. And so the party began to move around to see if they could find another entrance. And it was not long before they did. Though a puzzle lay before them, they had to solve a sigil puzzle in order to open up the doors, and as they did, a breeze blew past them, hot and full of sulfur. As the party looked down into the dark tunnel before them, down the stairs, or at the very end of it, they could just see the faintest of a light. What will happen to our party? Will they be able to find the fire elemental and make it back in time to save their citadel? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras. Now, let us go meet with our party and see how they are faring this day.
Node.
Hello there.
And I've never seen it like that, and I feel like it's wrong, but the guy, the instructor's like, it's right. If it works, it works. Hello.
I slept weird last night.
Hello there.
Hey, all.
How fare we this day?
I'm alive.
I'm breathing.
Always good to hear.
I regret to be breathing.
Same.
I have tacos and painkillers, so yay.
Busy week for you then?
Grad bash.
Yes. I believe Remy was telling me something about that in another chat, based on our Minecraft stuff.
Yep. These stupid little rabbits tore up my garden.
Oh no.
I'm replaying. I just got back at trying to get back into my old save file for Minecraft, and I'm like going over to where the beginnings of my farm is, because I had to basically restart everything because all the add-ons were because the updates were messing up. And I was like, okay, I got the field. Now I gotta just get more iron so I can make a bucket and bring water over. I come back to my field and rabbits are digging holes. I haven't put a fence up yet, and rabbits were digging holes straight down into the dirt. I'm like, what are you doing?
Oh no.
At least I got a lot of rabbit meat and a lot of rabbit pelts now, so I'm like, little bastards. It's annoying having to. It's like, oh, you're having to like you had a whole established village before all the updates, but you haven't played in almost 5 years, and now you're getting back, and guess what? Everything crashes.
Oh no.
Because they change with the updates and stuff. They change. It causes like PlayStations, because I'm playing on PlayStation, so yeah. At least I got a lava chicken thing station now, so I have infinite food.
How about that?
It's because the movie that the event for the movie that they're doing.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Anyway, let's get to D&D.
I think Remy was still low. Oh, no, he's here now.
He just got in.
Ah, very good. I saw you said you were just booting up. I wasn't sure if you were here yet.
Yeah, PC was having a little bit of issue this morning. My apologies.
No trouble at all. Glad all of you could make it. We're here together again for another week of the adventures in Dundras, and you all are getting ready to dive into perhaps one of the biggest dungeon delves that you've had in a while.
Oh boy.
Certainly am looking forward to it, seeing how you all navigate this ancient abandoned hold of Thugrahm. So, without further ado, let us get into the recap. Last time on the adventures in Dundras. Last we left our intrepid band of heroes: Talos, the Dragonborn Paladin; Dane, the Dwarven Paladin; Milo, the bardic halfling rogue; and Dallen, the sorceress Dragonborn fighter. Our band of heroes were on a quest to save their home, Starfall Citadel, from a host of the undead. Led by an ancient enemy of Dallen and Dallen's people, Thragon. Our heroes were on a race against time to collect what they needed to refortify the citadel and get its defenses operational before it was too late. Having successfully rescued Dallen from the clutches of Thragon's imprisonment, and secured the Inferno rifle they needed as the first parts for the defense mechanism Namfoodle was creating, now the party was needing to go hunt down an energy source to power the machine. According to Namfoodle, there was only one thing that would be powerful enough for what they needed. The heart of a fire elemental. A pure, fiery one. And after some investigating, the party was able to discover that there was one nearby, within the land of Anar Dracul, that was being transported there. And so the party packed up on the ship of the Kraken's Skull with Captain Keth Barbosa, and they sailed off. Having landed in Anar Dracul, the party was quickly greeted by a group of guards that escorted them to the palace. From there, the party was reunited with their old friend Rhanos, he who counts sands. He, along with many other prominent members of the Circle of Sands, had established themselves through a voting system to be in a council to help rule Anar Dracul and Anar Draconis, to bring prosperity back to the land. From there, they informed the party that unfortunately they had lost track of the previous foe that they had usurped prior. The father of Thanatos, who was also named Thanatos. Thus, the party realized that they would eventually have to come face to face with this fiend who was now lost somewhere in the desert. But they told Rhanos of their mission and how they could not help just yet. And the Council of Rhanos, when they got together and discussed it, they were able to recall that there was indeed a small fire elemental that was being transported here to Anar Dracul. But this was well before the party had arrived, and the Circle of Sands had ambushed the caravan, and the fire elemental had escaped. They then informed the party that their scouts had seen strange lights to an island to the south of Anar Draconis, still within the borders of their lands, but a small ocean separated the two places. And their scouts reported seeing lights in what used to be an extinct volcano. Rhanos then explained to Dane that the volcano once served as a hold. It was called Thugrahm, and once housed a host of dwarves that mined into it not only for precious gems, but for its very prominent minerals and metals that could be used for crafting gear. Though, some time ago, the hold was abandoned. Thugrahm was left alone there on the island, and the host of dwarves seemingly moved somewhere to the east to settle in another mountain on another part of the continent, though Rhanos had not heard from them ever since. With this knowledge in hand, the party ate dinner with the Circle of Sands before they went to resign for the night within the Comet's landing of Anar Dracul. And from there, they had a guard escort them to the port, as news of their arrival had reached the town, and everyone in the city was wanting to see the old heroes of Anar Dracul. So, safely aboard the vessel, the party sailed to the island, arriving within a few days. From there, they loaded up onto a rowboat and made their way to the shores of the island. From there, they delved into the jungle, but not long after, they found themselves fighting for their lives against a hunting party of manticores who had caught their scent and was hunting them down. The party was able to beat them and harvest some resources from them before continuing on their way. Then the party stopped as they reached a clearing full of burnt plant life and carving a path straight up the mountain. The party followed this as they eventually led to a collapsed wall area of rubble and rock. The party assumed that perhaps the fire elemental had burst its way through into this old volcano. The party then proceeded to look around to see if they could locate anything, and any sort of entrance they could use to get in. And it wasn't long before they came across such an entrance. The door was sealed tight though, and there were grooves within it that indicated that something could be slotted in, and thus the party had to solve a puzzle with sigils that all scattered all about. Finally, after inserting the last sigil, they heard some clicking from within, and they pushed the doors open. As a hot breeze blew past them, with the smell of sulfur in the air, the party looked into the darkness ahead of them, where they could swear at the very end they could see the faintest of lights. It is here, as our party stands at the precipice of darkness and the hold of Thugrahm. This is where we return to Dundras.
Dun, dun.
Anyone else feel a little spooked out?
What's there to be spooked out about? You got 4 strong stone walls surrounding you, deep underground. This is a dwarf's dream right here.
I was just kind of like last time we went underground. Well,
Oh aye, last time that was not exactly the most pleasant of circumstances, but this is a dwarf hold we're talking about here. It might be a little bit rough around the edges.
all right.
The
That's
sun,
just like squaring his shoulders.
the sky begins to darken as the sun is setting to the west, making the darkness before you seem even deeper. As you all stand on the entrance to Thugrahm, the statues at your side, a few scattered sigils here and there that remained unused, but as you can see, the doors are open. Even though they look closed, that just means they're open.
Tim, how big are these sigils?
The sigils are about average shield size. So give or take about 3 feet to like 2.5 feet.
I'm guessing they're all made of solid stone, right?
Yes, with remnants of ancient color still upon them.
Mm. I'm guessing I couldn't pocket one then, because that's heavy.
I mean, you could, as to how many you would be able to. That would vary. I mean, depending on how big how much weight you already have in your bag of holding.
Yeah.
On average, these things, as you kind of pick one up, like, they're decent weight. Just picking one of these up, you feel that they're probably somewhere between 50 and 60 pounds apiece. Not out of the range of being crazy for one to lift up and carry about, but they're definitely hefty.
Yep, I'm gonna pick up one of the unused ones and pop it in my bag of holding for because I can.
Fair enough. Let me see here. Do you pick up a circular one, a badge-looking one, or a kite shield-looking one?
Let's go with the kite shield looking one.
Alrighty. Let me roll something real quick here. Alrighty. Ooh. I need to mute that eventually. Don't like that bleeping every single time. Text chat options. Here we go. Nope. That's timestamps, background, or enable background chat sounds. Yeah, let's disable that. Sorry, I just changed a bunch of my settings on my computer. Alright, so 3, 2, you, as you pick up. You pick yourself out a very lovely green-colored kite shield, which has 2 what looks almost like a lion dragon looking thing. Not the griffin, but the other style.
Okay.
And it weighs
I
about
think this will
60
make a
pounds.
nice decoration. Very nice. Oh, they'll make a nice ornament for my walls. I'm just going to pop it in the bag of holding. Should we go on in, lads? Unless there's anything else anyone wants to go do out here.
Well, the sooner we get this elemental, the sooner we can get back and save our people.
Hey.
Let's head out. Well, in, I should say.
You all go through the open doors of the hold as you begin to make your way down the stairs. Your footsteps echoing on the stone stairs around you in the tall hall as you continue to descend deeper and deeper down within. About a good 5 to 10 minutes go by as you traveling down before you see another set of doors before you. Cracked slightly open. You feel a little bit of a breeze within them as you push them open and you make your way inside. And you have to scroll all the way down to the bottom. Okay, now for some ambiance. I hope it's playing. I see you joined us. Is anyone able to hear that?
Nope.
No.
Ew.
One sec. It shows that it's muted on my end. Let me see if I can fix it.
It's not muted, it's deafened, so it can't
Deafened?
hear anything.
Ah.
Which makes sense because it's a program.
Hang on. Volume set to 100%. No song. What do you mean no song is currently playing? Hang on.
It's like, that's why we couldn't hear anything, because nothing's
Set it for a
playing.
second. Let's try that. There we go.
There we go.
Decrease that volume just a hair. That's better.
Song of your ancestors.
As you all stand there, you find yourself within the grand halls of what you could assume would be the main entry area to Thugrahm. All of you should be able to see through and control the figure before you. This little dude right here. So you may want to take turns using him.
1 second.
Was this
I
place
got
that
logged
big?
out. Give me just a sec. This is Roll20 logged me out. 1 sec.
Okay. So as you all stand within this entryway, you can see some ruined pillars. You also see several sets of doors all around you, about 4 in total. You can also see some stone tables that you can assume might have once served as maybe some desks or perhaps used for trade. Their purpose long unknown at this point. The ceiling goes up fairly high where you are as you look around you, and it's a very, very dark room. I presume, Talos, you probably have your drift globe up and going.
Yeah.
How powerful would you say you have it set to?
I'd say lantern light level.
So that would be emitting bright light up to like 30 feet?
Yeah, if I'm reading this correctly, 30 feet.
Boop. Alright.
Okay, I don't see my icon. Where is it?
All
The
of you
map
are
is-
sharing an icon currently.
Oh, okay.
It'll
I
be
see.
Yeah,
this
the
little
little
dude right
traveling
here.
man down here.
Oh, okay.
Because like the size of the scale of this area is essentially so massive that I'm keeping you all to like grouped up together for right now, unless you wish to try and split up the party later. But for right now, I'll have you like this, and you are free to explore. As the 4 of you kind of stand there in this room, it is dark, and you can see a small light peeping through the doorway up here.
This is supposed to be the light down here.
Is there any other like sensory stuff that we notice around here? Like maybe we hear something, or there's a smell that's coming from somewhere.
Did the music stop?
Yes, it did.
Why? If this isn't going to work, I'm going to need to grab that other one that I was playing with the other day.
Have it set to repeat.
Yeah, I think I might have to do that. Anyway, so as you are standing in this room, like I said, you see like a little bit of light peeking through the cracks of this door here. The rest of the other like doors, you don't really notice anything out from this distance that you're at, but you do notice that the air feels heavy down here, as well as like the distinct smell that Dane you would be very, very familiar with. On all of you would definitely be smelling this as well, as you get the smell of like rotten eggs or acrid.
Talos just like
It smells like home.
Talos is like that snorting, like trying to get something out of his nose. Ugh.
Let's see if Dallen knows this smell. If it rolls, my guy. It didn't roll. Damn. Press it again. Just yes, Dallen's history. Wait. Do I have?
Talos gonna like have the drift globe float a little bit higher, and then so he can see if he can get a good look around the area.
We're going to just get rid of Cloudy because that's not working for us. And let's try adding this other one because that one seemed to work, but Cloudy seems more. Alright, let's try this one. Sorry, just a moment.
Good.
Alright, let's try that again.
That's why I didn't roll. I actually made it. Friends, I'm gonna get rid of that. Keyboard shortcuts.
And then I'll adjust the volume manually on my side. That way it's not overwhelming. And loop. Okay, we should hopefully be good now. This does sound a lot better than it did when I was listening to it prior.
Very good. Question: this isn't being sent to the stream, is it?
This is like I got permission to use this music from the Fictors, which I have them credited. You don't have to worry about
Fair
that.
Fair enough.
Hooray!
I know. Well, you're probably thinking it sounds a lot like that music that is in the Return to Moria.
Well, I was looking at the description. It is called the Misty Mountains, so...
Yeah, it's made by a couple of musical artists, and they allow us to use. They allow people to use their music so long as we credit to them, and I always credit them within the description.
Yeah, we got permission.
And I very much enjoy a lot of their music. It's got some good ambiance to it.
Definitely sounds very good.
Alright, anyway, so Dallen, you rolled for a history. What was that for specifically?
See if Dallen recognizes the smell. Don't mind the first one. I accidentally pressed proficiency instead of rolling it, and then rolled it. That one doesn't count. The 18 is one that counts.
Gotcha. Talos, you're 17?
I was holding up, I had my drift globe like float up a little higher, and then I like Talos just kind of getting an overall look of the entire area that can be seen. If anything like might catch his eye, like something like scorch marks, anything that might show anything, signs of like anything be coming through.
With your 17, as you're looking about, you can see the area is incredibly dusty. This keep doesn't look like it's been touched in a long time. As you look about, you can see that like signs of rubble and stuff being kicked about. Like this room shows very much signs that there was an exit at some point, and it was very rapid, a mass exodus, if you will. Besides that, you're not able to see too much else. And with your 18, Dallen, as you're thinking about the smell, like it's definitely a very fiery smell. Like You may have come across it at one point or another within some of the islands. Maybe as you were passing by, there was an erupting volcano. You kind of recognize the smell as being volcanic in a way.
Okay. Where exactly would that smell be coming from?
All around you.
Okay.
Like, the air itself is just nothing. Like, as you try to focus on which direction it could be coming from, you just smell it everywhere. So, you would have to do a perception check to try and figure out if it's stronger in a certain direction or not.
Okay. Perception.
27. You can, as you kind of like sniffer about, you're able to smell that in this direction it is incredibly potent, and it's a little strong over here, but the smell of sulfur is a little weaker as you head towards the west.
Whew. Okay. Sorry about that. I think the elemental is towards this direction, guys. As Dallen points towards that door.
What makes you say that?
Well, there's a light coming from it, as well as the smell is a lot stronger in that direction.
Good point.
Hey, it could be that. It could also be the remnants of the magma chamber.
That too, but wouldn't the elemental be more drawn to that in the first place?
Oh, aye. I'd assume so, anyway.
Well,
I mean,
what do you
like,
guys think? You guys want to play it safe first, or go straight towards the elemental? Well, if it's in that direction.
Might as well check it. Well, I should probably check it out. At the very least. But with caution.
And what do you two think? Milo and Dane?
I mean, aye, yeah, we could go for that, or we could explore some of these other areas, because we don't know, but I mean, if the rest of the party is raring to go, head off to the elemental. Although before that, I'm gonna just take a moment and switch out my armor, because I've become slightly ill-prepared.
You're going to equip your heavy armor?
Yes.
That'll take you about 10 minutes of gearing up, so... Or the rest of you just want to hang around, or you wanted to explore this room a little bit, open up some doors? What are you feeling?
I think I might check... just check out around some of the area, see if there's any crates or things that have, like, boxes, chests, anything that might be, like, have left behind.
With your previous perception check carrying over, as I said, like, this room definitely appears to have been, like, mass exodus. There's, like, rubble and some, like, fallen rock, perhaps maybe from some earthquakes, otherwise naturally fallen. This room seems to be relatively empty. Now you can see signs that there once was much more grandeur within here. Along the walls, you can see with the remnants of some ancient tapestries that have long been eaten away by perhaps bugs or otherwise, making it unrecognizable other than the fact that you can tell some signs of dwarven craftsmanship.
Well, I guess while Dane's armoring up, Dallen's gonna whittle. He's gonna try and recreate the scene he sees right now.
Just carve the entire room, or
Yes. He's gonna be carving when they first walked in. So he's gonna carve everyone walking in and just how everything looks to him.
be a little bit difficult, as you had it was very brief. And are you trying to do like third person, or just like
Yes.
not? Okay. Go ahead and roll me a wood carving check. Alrighty, 23. You get a good base started. Like you focus on like the doorway, the entrance. And you carve out like what looks to be the entrance of the that you first saw coming in. You had to spend a decent amount of time looking at it, so you remember some of the details. You get some of that carved in there, and you're able to put down like along its base, kind of a few stick figures that you know eventually you'll be able to kind of carve a little more detail in. But I'd say you're a quarter of the way done.
Okay.
And it's all very, very rough. It's like you take 10 minutes to carve this out, so you have the basis of stuff going. Anything?
I wasn't expecting to get that much done.
Yeah, I'd say it's a very rough like quarter.
Gotcha.
Anything Milo's doing?
Nope, just kind of hanging around.
The smell of sulfur is somewhat bugging your nostrils a bit, but after some time, you'll start to kind of get acclimated to it. And then anything you're doing, Talos, like as you're kind of looking about?
Kind of getting trying to get a feel of like how, like, if anything from the what he's seeing and finding around the area, like that might have like any evidence of like if there was like might have caused like the clear exodus, like if there's any signs of battle, like going over to some of the doors to the left side over here, kind of checking to see if there's anything that might look like they would like try, like we're trying to barricade it or anything like that, or if it was just like everyone get the hell out.
As you go towards the left side, you're not able to really see much, like over there, especially not within this room. I will say, carrying over that early perception check, you are able to notice that this door over here to your right appears to have some chains locking on it, as well as a few metal bars that are barricading it.
I really didn't want anyone getting in or out of that one. Just out of thing, Cal's is gonna go ahead and like just kind of put his hand on like the chain and bar and just got to do a slight tug to see how sturdy, if from it just being down here so long, if it had to testing the strength of how much it's holding.
Give me an investigation.
Sure.
3. As you kind of tug on it a little bit and feel it, it feels pretty taut and tight. Like, it seems as if, like, for best that you can tell, that they've taken a little bit of time to attach this, but it's been here for so long. There's some, like, a little bit of rust gathering on bits and pieces of it. It's hard to determine if it, like, how much load bearing it might be, or like how quickly it may have been put up. And
I'm gonna go back over.
Dane, you will have donned your armor.
Great.
I'll definitely go back over to the group and let them know like of what I found with the door on the right side, with the chains and everything. How it's definitely like it looked like some, but they definitely took time to lock that one up. Whatever's in there, they either wanted to keep in or keep out.
Well, we'll definitely have to go have a look at that at some point. Could possibly be some relics of a bygone era in there. Or just the fire elemental.
I'm thinking that might be our second choice to search for that elemental then. Well,
Aye.
for me, again, we're going where we all want to go.
Aye. Like, personally, I want to explore the whole hold. It's not often that I get to, well, go back to the halls of my kin. However, I know we have more pressing matters right now. So, this door at the end, I'm just going to point towards the big one.
It's good to me. Anyone else?
It's one that I'm drawn to.
Go for all in agreement, so let's head on over. Milo, you coming?
Right behind you guys.
Aye, aye.
Alright. As you hear the echoing footsteps of the party bouncing off the walls, you approach the door before you. You can see from here that this particular door does not appear to be locked or barred. But it does appear to have been hastily closed, as it's slightly ajar, allowing a little bit of light to come through.
What could have happened down here?
Whatever it is, they definitely wanted to get out in a hurry.
Aye.
I don't think they were using the elemental for their forge.
I don't think so, because it travelled up the coast.
It looked like the elemental came after, or at least I think, I'm at least guesstimating at. Well, let's make our way forward then.
Hey, Dane's gonna go up and push the door open. Alright, that's definitely a caldera right there. A magma chamber.
Oof.
I mean,
I'm guessing from all that that the heat kind of just hits us all.
if this is a volcano, maybe they're escaping an eruption.
Yeah, as you open up the door, you feel just a breeze of hot air just envelop all of you as you begin to start to sweat immediately. You have a small corridor before you that, as you're walking over and through, you look over the side of the borderless walkway where you can see down below just a pool of magma.
Reminds me of the forge back in Blackspire. We had something very similar to this, just, well, big old hammer and lots of hammers and anvils right in the middle.
You see as the magma illuminates the area around you, you can see several structures that are straight. One over here in this direction, over here where you see a walkway has disintegrated and fallen apart, and another one that has also, there's almost completely nothing left of it to the north of you. You can also see several other parts that looks as if has collapsed, and you maybe see off in the distance different corners of rooms that have collapsed down into the magma below. You also see what almost looks to be some natural carvings over here, where you can see as if the magma has naturally carved its way through the stone, and some of it has collapsed over time. And in the center, you can see this black area is a very dark, obsidian-like stone. It's very smooth, though, very intentional looking. As you take a look from this distance, you can see it almost looks as if it's it's some sort of room or structure. And you're going over the top of it, where you can see in the center, you can see 4 sets of stairs leading down to what looks to be a circular area with a placard in the middle of it. The smell of sulfur is intense within this room.
What in the name of the gods was this designed for?
Well, it looks like either some sort of focal point in the actual hold itself, and you got 4 different bridges leading to 4 different areas of the hold and the main entrance. Could just be a main junction, could also be... I don't know, really. The obsidian around the outside is unusual, though.
Tim, could I make a history or religion check to kind of see if this might have some kind of significance?
Yeah, I'd say you could probably do a history check. A 20.
Top 20?
And so, a significance on, like, the black obsidian?
Just everything about this centerpiece.
You haven't been in a whole lot of Dwarven Holds yourself. You do happen to know that, like dwarves, they take their craftsmanship very seriously, and whenever they do make their holds, like, they generally do have, like, whatever their main intention on that hold is, they will usually have whatever the main thing is around the center, and everything that surrounds it will just kind of build up over time depending on what they need. And so you can definitely tell that, like, being an extinct volcano where you can see that it's not so extinct anymore, though it doesn't seem to be as active, it seems that whatever this is at the center could have been used to harvest or perhaps utilize the magma around it if the magma existed at the time. And by the obsidian that you can see around it with your 20 in history, you can assume that there's probably some correlation. Especially with yours, Dane, as you're taking a look at this. You know that this is kind of obsidian that you're seeing around, like, the floor, around the circular area that you're on, that goes down below you. You know that this kind of obsidian requires some special craftsmanship and work specifically with magma. It has to be cooled at a rapid pace, and even then, like, to get what you have here, you can see that like it is carved. You can see like it almost looks like stonework within the obsidian itself, but it's incredibly fine, giving a very lovely sheen, almost as if it's protective in a way. You can definitely tell that with that 20, that when they made the structure below you, there was some semblance of magma here. And so, with combined together, you can definitely assume that whatever is below you in the center of this room was a very, very important place to this hold.
Well, this place is it's much more than a crossroads, I can see that. Should we head down and have a look?
Very well. Talos is gonna start moving forward, but like he's being very cautious. He's like very like
Nothing better jump out at me or I'm gonna hit it with my hammer.
Thane just kind of chuckling, seeing Talus being a little bit jittery.
Hey, he's a big guy underground. It's not a place that he's very used to. Talos hasn't done a lot of underground stuff.
You look at her, Thane, he's just living life right now. He's happy.
This is the most like home that you have felt in a long time. It's a little unnerving though, as you're taking a look around. As comfortable as you feel in this environment, there's an uneasiness to it, as you're not used to seeing like such a grand dwarven structure abandoned. Like normally you would see like hearing the tinking of pickaxes in the distance, the hammering in the bellows of a forge, but aside from the burbling of magma quietly below you, it is deathly silent within this hold.
You know, depending on how the outcome of, well, everything happens, might have to see that this place gets a bit of a spit shine and rehomed again. Now, let's see what this plaque says.
As you make your way down the stairs, and you see a couple of circular, like, grooves within the stone itself below you. And as you see in the center of these circles, there is indeed a placard written in Dwarvish.
Dane's gonna read it.
As you take a look, the first couple words and kind of a more of a bold, like, much larger carving on the top reads
Do not
Forge.
touch.
No. Forge and Treasury. Those seeking entrance into our magnificent forge. The four corners of the earth must unite as one. Only then will the path reveal itself.
I'm gonna relay this to the rest of the group. What do you guys think about that? The four corners of the earth must unite.
I was gonna look up and look to each of the four pathways. I wonder if it means each one of those paths, something connecting with each of these paths. But,
Possibly.
does Talos see the two other ends of the bridges?
Everything that you can see, you should be able to see. Like, you have full visibility of what you can see right now with your with the character.
If it's inferring to the paths of these bridges, we may have a bit of a problem. I point out the two broken sides.
Hey, definitely gonna look over at like this one here. Hey, it's gonna need a little bit more than a pickaxe and some stone to end up fixing that one. That's just gone. Hopefully there wasn't anything like underneath the bridges, like lava channels or something that we had to like connect up. That would make it very difficult. Looking around the center area, besides the plaque and the stairs, is there anything else here?
Aside from the grooves that you see in a circular formation around the placard, obviously you can see some slight, like, about maybe 4 or 5 foot tall, like, walls right here. As basically just kind of a divot within this area. And, well, it's not shown above you. Like, essentially, as you kind of were walking towards this and you're visioning it, imagine like where each of these corners of the stairs starts are like some small pillars going upwards, and there's kind of a rotunda above you. Very decorative in like dwarven fashion.
Okay. The divots, sorry, the little like grooves on the floor, they don't connect to anything. It's literally just as we see it on the map, right?
Correct.
Just small concentric circles.
Mm-hmm. But you could do a history check. As you are dwarven, you might be familiar with something like this. A 13 with this particular check. As you take a look, you know that there is some significance with these grooves. As you kind of like go down and you kind of feel them, like you can tell that there's definitely like something is going to happen with these if something else were to occur, but you can't exactly tell what. This particular mechanism and this particular design is a little older than what you're used to. It's a little like more unique.
I gotta respect the craftsmanship of all. Even I can't. Even I'm a little bit stumped on this one. So, what are we feeling, lads? We feeling heading off towards the other end of the bridge, off to the east? We heading back towards the main entrance and exploring some of the areas down there? Because I have a feeling we've got to do something in the other areas before this will even open.
Now, because those two passageways are broken down, I think the only other ways we go is either go back or go to our right.
Hey, it doesn't like there is the natural caves off to the side, down on the south side. It looks like there's a way around. To possibly get into the whatever that hall is on the west side. You could probably get into that at some point, but it also looks like everything's arranged in a circle.
Do you think we should starting off on the right and work our way around?
Hey, I'm down with that. Dallen, Milo. Just look over at Milo. He's just like looking around, very bored.
Taking a lot of swigs from his canteen as his little body's having some difficulty with the heat.
Take a swig
Dallen
from
full on
people.
T-posing right now. It's just like slowly beginning to float into the air.
Are you two still with us?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm fine with going that direction.
Hey, let's head on off then.
Right.
As you enter a small hallway, getting a little bit of reprieve from some of the hot magma, you reach the door here.
Right. I'm gonna try and push it open.
As you try to push it open, you feel resistance, and you can almost hear the sound of chains on the other side. A quick perception check or investigation. Was that a 23 from you, Milo, I just see?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, 2, as you're pushing against it, Dane, you're just like, ugh! You can't tell exactly what could be on the other side, but this door definitely seems blocked. You're not able to push it open, even with your great strength. Milo, as you're taking a look, you notice that around you, there's a lot of, obvious, intentional carving of, the stone in the hallway, but around on the ground where you've been walking, you notice that there is, some weird, ripples, and you can see that on the base, there's some blackening on the base of the door before you that goes up about 2-3 feet. And whereas the top side of this door before you is it's not smooth, but you can see what looks to be almost like a dwarven face carved into it. It almost looks like where the mouth should be in the beard. You can see the nose and the eyes, very traditional dwarfing craft. The beard and mouth area is caked with stone and blackened stuff. You may take that however you will.
Okay.
So, what are y'all doing?
Alice is gonna try to help with see if he can just force it with brute with his strength, just how to force it open.
Athletics check. Yeah, as you push against this door, it is well crafted, it is heavy stone, and you feel resistance on the other side as you're not able to budge this door open.
That's definitely not moving anytime soon.
Hey. Well, it looks like we've only got one way to go, and that's back down to the main entrance.
You sure about that?
Hey? What do you see, Milo?
Milo's gonna use his bonus action to cast Ghost Walk and just try to go through the door, see if he can't unchain it.
I forgot you had that. Oh, God.
That's always funny.
Oh gosh. Talus's legit reaction was I completely forgot you could do that.
Well, that is if Tim allows me to do it. It got very quiet all of a sudden.
Sorry, I was taking a drink and I sipped. I was taking a look at some of the details, and yeah, so...
You were taking a drink and then...
So, as you go to ghost form, you phase through the door. It gets very dark in here as you look about. When you turn, you look and you see the door currently has several iron chains and bars going through some handles, preventing it from being open from the interior part of the chamber. But from here, obviously, if you wanted to, you could try to remove all the blockades and allow your allies to open the door from this way.
Yeah, alright.
Give me a quick dexterity sleight of hand check for the lock on the chain. Yeah, easily enough. You've been through a few dwarven locks in your time before as you manage to quickly, and the heavy lock hits the ground, clunk, clunk, clunk. Now give me an athletics check for all the rest of the stuff, the chains and the bars that are barring this closed. A 13. It takes you some time. You're able to get the chains off, but you're having some difficulty with the pure, you assume dwarven steel bars. You're able to slip it out just enough that it's still there, but it's no longer blocking the entryway.
I was just gonna kind of phase through the door again and be like, Dan, can I see a hammer?
Sure, just don't break it.
Okay, thanks. As Milo grabs the hammer and just kind of phases through back to the door. I'm just gonna start beating the shit out of this iron bar and trying to get it to move out of the way.
Give me an athletics with advantage.
20.
A 20. It's very muted from where you guys are on the other side, but you hear some ting, 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 ting as the other side. It is just absolutely ringing your ear with every blow. You hear bong, bong, bong as you're just beating it, Milo, until it inches just enough out of the way that you hear as it slides, and then clang, 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 clang. I'm sure you've been in a warehouse where you've dropped something like a metal pole or bar or something, and just you hear that echo. The rest
yes.
of you on the other side, you hear that very muted. The stone does a great job of blocking a lot of the sound. You just hear ding, 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 ding.
He better not drop my hammer.
I'll just kind of slowly push the door open. Alright, job done. Here's your hammer.
Hey, thank you. What was that tinging noise?
Milo's not gonna say anything, he's just gonna open up his hand and just motion at the giant metal bar.
Oh. I really did not want this door open.
Well,
Question is,
we all
why?
try to open up the door. That'll need one more athletics check to open up this door.
Where is...
And if one of you wants to focus on it, the other one could do aid and give you advantage.
Sure.
Okay, so the 14 with advantage on you, Dane. The two of you working together, you hear some grinding and you hear some snapping. You're very familiar with the sound of stone breaking, Dane, as you're focusing and you're pressing on these doors. You look below you where you see stone at the very base of the door itself isn't breaking. You see stone that's attached to it just and crumbling down into rubble as you grind the doors open, allowing light to illuminate the area within.
Oh, I hope that was an important stone.
Boop.
Oh.
Milo rejoins the party.
Great work there, Milo.
As you enter this chamber, you can see what looks to be a doorway up here, a doorway over here, and another door right here that also has similar chains and bars on it.
Then is this just a pillar in the middle?
No, actually. As you take a look in the center of this room, you notice kind of a unique kind of mechanism.
And what kind of mechanism would this be?
In this particular mechanism, as you're taking a look at it, you can see what looks to be a dial of sorts with different symbols on it. And as you kind of take a look, you can definitely see that it is written in Dwarvish. And on this dial, for what you can see, the different symbols on the dial like have words attributed to them. One of them, as you can take a look at it, says steel. Another one, as you take a look at it, says stone. Another, ore. Another, fire. Another. It's a little bit smudged. It's a little harder to read.
Am I able to try and piece it together, though?
Give me an investigation check.
Yeah, really? Probably not gonna go well.
Six.
Yeah, not so much.
Yeah, as you kind of like feel, like you can see that either age or use, something had occurred at some point in the past that it's chipped away at this particular symbol, making it unreadable.
Gonna relay the translation to the party. Anyone got any ideas?
What would I need to roll to try to guess what the sigil is?
Like the War and Away one, or
Yeah, the worn away one.
do you know Dwarvish?
Nope.
And it would be incredibly difficult. You'd have to do a very high DC investigation.
I was just gonna try.
Yeah, you don't do much better than Dane as you kind of feel it out, and like it is incredibly chipped and worn away.
This was
Okay.
Elvish.
Third time's a charm. Let's see.
This was Elvish, I know.
Oh, do you know Dwarven Dallen?
No, he doesn't.
Okay. Now, as you kind of
Would
take
I
a
be able
look,
to assist? Oh.
yeah, I'd say that if you're giving him instruction, that'll keep him from having disadvantage. As you basically are working with that, Dallen, you kind of get a little inspiration to kind of like take a look at the rest and see how some of them are carved. And as you kind of feel the missing area, you're able to kind of help Dane figure out that the symbol, it was carved in a specific way that almost looked to be like kind of like a roundish shape. Let me see here. It had like a single bar, what almost looked like kind of a slight rounded end to it, and a square, and then another rounded end to it. So it was all one symbol. You aren't able to identify any words, but you could definitely see that it was some sort of like a long rectangular part that attached to a wider rectangular part that had rounded ends to both sides of the ends of the short rectangles. Which with a new history check, Dane.
Ooh.
Can I give him advantage? Is it possible to give him advantage?
I wouldn't say in this particular result, but I will say with that 9, Dane, it's like the vagueness, and obviously you're filling in a lot of blanks here, but the description that you two are able to kind of figure out, you feel that it could be several different things. It could be possibly a paddle. You feel like it might be a silhouette of maybe a hammer. It could also be maybe the silhouette of maybe a head. It's hard to say exactly, especially as you're filling in a lot of blanks here.
Yeah.
So, what are you all doing? As you can see, the rest of this room, from best that you can see, aside from obviously the pedestal with the dial in the middle of it there, you have several sets of doors. One of them is down here at the bottom is currently barred. And you see the remnants of some furniture within here. For example, nearby where you are over here, you can see what almost looks like a still standing wooden chair.
Ah, yes, a legendary dwarven chair.
Fuck. Dallen's gonna check out that chair.
You can't tell the origin of the wood. It is incredibly old, but as you kind of feel it, it does seem sturdy. Seems to maybe time has eroded away parts of the wood here and there, but you can, with that 9, you're able to tell that it seems to be like a standard chair, much shorter than what you would normally sit on. Like, if you were to sit on it, your knees would be kind of up towards your chest a little bit. But
would it fit in my bag of holding?
That's as if asking
I
if you
really
can
doubt
fit. That's asking if you can put Dane in your bag of holding.
Could I?
No,
Not recommended.
the bag of holding doesn't quite open up that wide.
Okay, never mind.
The chair is a little too wide.
It's like don't you even think about it.
Dallen's gonna go over here to the barred door and see if he can take the bar off.
Alright, athletics check. At 12, you were able to get 1 of 3 bars off, as you find that these things are heavy. Like, even with you bracing yourself, as you start pulling out, you feel this resistance as you hear the cracking of rust, as you're able to unpry it from the rust, but it's still, this thing's got to weigh easily, 60 to 70 pounds, as you're just like, "Ugh!" And then you just drop it on the ground where you hear, all of you hear the familiar sound, except it's a little more ringing and loud as it clang, 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 clang.
Alice jumps a bit at that, like,
I could use some help over here. Dallen says as he's huffing and puffing.
Alice is gonna go over and help him see. Would that be another athletics?
Yep. 20. Very good, very good. And then Dane, you're also helping as well?
Yeah, I'll get one of the lower ones.
Yeah. As you two are working together with Dallen here, moving the rest of the bars is a little easier, as the belt is definitely pulling its weight for you, Talos, as these things are heavy. and because they're so, like, they're a bit on the longer side, they're a little awkward to kind of move about. You were able to move them apart, but there's still a chain there that is it's a looser chain, and a lock as well.
Fuck. That was just bars.
Do a quick investigation check, though, on that lock. A 20. As you take a look, the lock is undone. It looks as if someone was attempting to try and lock it, but they didn't quite engage it.
I was gonna take the lock off, and the lock's attached to the chain, right?
Yes.
He's gonna take the chain off and open the door.
Alright, you unlock the door as the chain hits the floor. This particular door, as you start to move it, feels a bit on the lighter side. It's not as difficult to open up as the previous one.
Oh, well, that's why it was barred up.
Yeah, as you peer through the door, you can see the chamber before you is in ruins. You can see what looks to be like what was the remains of room, but you can see what looks to be scorch marks on the ground itself and collapse as you get more of that heat and smell of sulfur. As you can see a little bit past the collapsed room, what looks to be an extra cave chamber with a bit of a magma pool. Decent drop as well, as from here down below to here, you'd have to say is give or take about 40 to 50 feet.
Well, I would not suggest dropping down. I don't think. Well, it's not going to be a painless drop anyway.
You can also see from here where this chamber connects with the main center of the hold.
And you said what were the descriptions of the other two doors?
The other two doors did not bear any bars on them.
Okay, personally, I think we need to backtrack.
Hey, back into the original room, or just the room we were just in?
Back into the original room.
Hey, that's fair. We didn't want to check out the other two doors that are in here before we go back?
I mean, we can, but something tells me that they're going to be locked or unable to be opened.
Well, we can at least try.
Hey.
Really gonna insult me like that? Right in front of my face?
We also have the
Mr.
master
Ghost
key
Man.
right here as well.
Understood.
There is no door that is truly locked with it when it comes to Milo.
Hey, it turns out that being the Baron can definitely unlock many doors for you.
Why did you put that in my head? Stupid Ed Daddy. Life has many doors.
Alright, Talon's gonna go over to the store and see if it's locked.
See if you can open it.
It is unlocked. Okay.
Alright. As you take a look, you can see another door in the circular room on the other side. You can also see what looks to be like some small stairs going up a small flight up into a roundish area and then going back down. And on the other side, you can see like basically another step that goes up and what looks to be some shelving units lined across the wall, though they appear to be empty.
Are they made out of wood?
No, these are carved out of stone.
Oh, then Dallen has no interest in them.
and now you've lost me. It's like, are they made of wood? No, and that's that you've lost me.
Okay.
You can't beat sturdy stone craftsmanship, especially for shelving units.
Also, actually, got to go over to that other door across the way and see if he can get that one open. Which it does.
As you open it up, you can see another small antechamber before you, though you can see just to the north of you what appears to be collapsed rock. What appears to once have been maybe a larger chamber. You see the remains of just rubble all across, barring your way from being able to go forward. You also see another door.
That's not good.
Let's see, but I'm going to open that door.
Let's go for 3 for 3.
It is locked.
As you
Hey,
kind of
Milo.
grab out to the door, there's no chains, bars, or anything, but as you take a look, there is a keyhole, and as you kind of jostle the handle, the latch, if you will, you hear...
So, my wallpaper is a Rickroll, and when you said that, perfectly timed, it sent me over to my home screen. Started listening to Rickroll.
It's not Rick
Master
Roll, it's a specific song. Rick Roll is
I know,
what happens
that's
when
why I
you-
know it as.
Master Milo, do you think you might be able to, if your expertise?
Natural 20.
Of course.
As I said,
Milo's,
I can open any fucking door. Don't you dare fucking insult me to my face.
Milo's thefted in many Dwarven Holds.
It's like there is nothing that can lock. It's like any
Milo-
lock that attempts.
Milo rolls his eyes as he goes up, and you almost watch as he pulls out what almost like it looks like he pulls out a key and just goes in and unlocks it. Like you don't even see him try with this one.
Milo just found the key that was right in front of the door, just picks it up, puts it in.
It's under a doormat.
It's a stone doormat. Just picks up a slab of rock. It just says "Go away."
It's like not a key. It's like not a key to the entire hold. It's like they'll never suspect a thing.
As you open up the door and you head within, you can immediately see that you have located what appears to be a dwarven armory.
Ooh.
As you look about, you can see metal crates and what looks to be things on the walls that are hangers used to hang what you would assume would be weapons. And as you take a look about, you can even see that there is one axe remaining, a double-sided axe. The rest of those squares that you can see, those would be metal crates and possible chests. Investigation. Are you checking the chest, crates, and everything?
Yes.
Very good. Yeah. As
We-
you begin to kind of look through the crates and chests, Milo, like you begin to find pieces of flint and steel used for starting fires. You also begin to find some stones that I'll say without a history check needed, you probably will experience. You find wet stones that are definitely not wet anymore. You can definitely tell that they are like carved in a way, and you can definitely see some heavy use, but they're definitely used to maintain the sharpness and edge of weapons and blades. You are able to find a battle axe along the wall, and as you continue to go through some of the crates, you find you're able to find 1 steel ingot of unknown origin. Let me see.
Guys, this armory sucks. There's nothing in here.
Hang on. I'm double checking my notes as well. Let's see what else would have been here. Because you get to get a good check.
Dallen's gonna check out the battle axe.
And everyone else can also roll investigation too to see if you get something higher.
Right?
Or possibly just give me aid. Make it easy for everyone.
Oh God, 11.
Yeah, Dane, knowing he's not going to really see anything, he's going to try and help Milo, give him aid.
All right. As you take a look at the axe, dang it, Dallen.
Dallen, is there any wood stuff here?
It's all stone. That's why Dallen does not give a fuck about this battle axe.
There's no wood on that battle axe. He does not care.
You said you specifically were looking at the battle axe. As you kind of move to touch it, the battle axe slides off the wall and glances off your side, dealing 6 points of slashing damage to you.
Well,
as
That is.
it hits the ground and with a big clang, and it sticks into the stone.
Dallen's gonna say, I hate this place.
But as you do take a look at it, it is a pure steel dwarven battle axe. Like, there's no wood on it. The handle itself, the shaft, is made out of a metal bar, and the axe itself, like, it is a kind of a decorative looking axe head. Like, it's got double-sided where you can see what almost looks to be like 2 dwarven faces. Like, you can see one set of eye and part of a mouth, and where the beard is, the beard kind of goes in a long curve forward, making an archway that makes up the blade on both sides.
Hold up. The indent in that circle. God, stop fucking turning on Rickroll. I don't want to hear it.
But he never wants to give you up or let you down.
Is it similar to the indent in the circle? The axe head.
Well, there was a dial where that circle was.
Dial. Okay.
And the dial had different symbols, such as, like, steel, it had ore, as Dane was able to identify, fire, it had one symbol that you were able to identify as, like, and with Dane's help, potentially an axe, potentially a hammer, potentially a head. That one you weren't able to discern because it's been lost to time.
Okay. Well, Don's gonna unhappily take that axe then.
Alright. You get yourself a dwarven battle axe.
Don's gonna grumble like not even wood on this motherfucking.
Oh, great
thing.
axe. Sorry, not battle axe, great axe.
Oh, then Don doesn't want it.
Yeah, it's a heavy two-handed
He
great
can't even
axe.
use it. He doesn't even use great axe. He's gonna put it back.
Dallas will pick it up and take it. If like it's like picks it up and like throws it, it's like, oh, I'll pick it up.
You get
Don doesn't want anything to do with it.
Yep.
It cut him.
Because as you were taking a look at it, it fell off.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta treat it with care.
Or like, I need to treat me with care. Look, as he shows a gash on his chest.
Oh, quit being a crybaby, and just gonna tap him on the arm and give him some lay on hands to seal the wound.
Alright, to continue
How many do you
what
heal
you
before?
found, Milo, you are able to find a sledgehammer. Weighs about 10 pounds. And it's about dwarven size. As for whether it was used, like, you know, as you take a look at it, like, you see that it could probably be used as a way for fighting in a pinch, but this one seems to be more work-based than battle-based. You also are able to locate a case with crossbow bolts in it, about 20 in total. And let me see here. That was a pretty good roll. Roll me a 1d8, Milo.
Alright.
You find 5 bottles of alchemist fire.
Ooh.
Neat.
And
Oh wait, there's more? Jesus.
yes, you find a dwarven drum.
Dane, as this is technically part of, well, not really yours per se, but from your people, care for any of this?
While it is from my kin, I don't really have much use for it. However, some of the components in here might be for other stuff in the hold itself. It's like, oh, you got like stealing it there, and whetstone, and stuff for making fire. It might be the components that we need for the dial back in the other room. Take it with, just in case.
To be fair, I don't think this sledgehammer is really gonna necessarily open that combination.
I'm gonna hit you with that sledgehammer in a minute. I'll take the sledgehammer, why not?
You get 1 sledgehammer.
Milo, take a better look at this drum.
Absolutely. As you take a look at the drum itself, it is well crafted. You can definitely see as you are taking a look at it that it definitely has seen some use. Let me see. What would be a good check for this? I'd say probably an investigation check as you take a look at this. 18. Very, very nice. As you take a look at this drum, you can see that it is kind of like a barrel-shaped cylindrical fashion. It has what appears to be leather straps that bind the top of the drum down towards the bottom. You can also see that what used to be some straps that have kind of been worn away and broken. Nearby where you found the drum, you also found what appeared to be some sticks. Though, these particular sticks, as you take a feel of them, they're not made out of wood, but they are made out of metal. And as you pick them up, they're surprisingly light metal, too. As you kind of feel them, they're just like, okay. You feel as if you use these to beat on the drum, it wouldn't burst the drum. Especially as you kind of look at the tips of them where it's rounded off. As for the further description, on each of the leather straps that kind of bind it from the top of the drum down to the bottom, what's basically holding the tension, allowing it to be an actual drum, you can see what almost looks to be different varying crafts of dwarven faces with different types of beards that line along the edge of them. probably about like 15 different faces themselves that are about medallion sized. And as you kind of take one of the drumsticks and you give it a tap, you hear a very like reverberating and decent sounding boom, boom, boom. It still seems to be in good working operation.
Malo's gonna pocket that and not play anymore underground.
Drums in the deep.
Not
No,
give Dane PTSD.
I did have PTSD from that.
Oh God.
Stories you must have heard.
I only get PTSD from the birds.
Alright. And as you continue to look around this room, opening up the crates, that's about the majority that you find. It seems, especially with your investigation check, Milo, you can see that this room, like a lot of it, was taken a long time ago. There's still lots of dust. You can imagine that whatever occurred here, they seem to have grabbed whatever they could and locked up the rest of this, seemingly maybe having run out of time. Alright, what are y'all doing now?
Looks like we found all that's in here. I think we should head back out.
Aye, sounds good.
As you come in here, let me see. Dallen, give me a quick perception check.
Got it. Perception. That wasn't very
25.
quick, but there you go.
As you all are exiting through this room, a bit of light from the drift globe catches onto something of the rubble over here, and as you take a look, you can see what looks to be a dwarven helmet. As you move some of the rocks and you pull off the helmet, there's a skull underneath it attached. And attached to that skull, you can see as it goes further into the rubble, it appears that you've found the remains of a dwarf that used to reside here, that the rebel had collapsed upon.
Say, dang. What are the standards for dwarven funerals?
Hmm. I'll turn back and look over at Dallen. Just kind of curious of like, why are you bringing that up right now?
As Dallen holds up, is holding a skull and a helmet.
Oh.
Well, unfortunately, there's not enough time for a full funerary rites. Normally, we'd have your close kin around you for essentially a ritual of sorts. Basically, you'd bury the deceased underneath a cairn of rocks placed by all the individual members of, well, the company that's there. While we fashion a song about the deceased's life and their deeds. Unfortunately, considering how ancient this place is, I don't think there's many kin of this poor fellow.
Would it be disrespectful for me to use my funeral rites?
No, I think any sort of funerary rites would be acceptable in this situation.
Alright, Dallen pulls out one of his logs and burns it to the point where it becomes ash. And he grabs as many of the remains as he can, smudges the ashes on the remains, and burns it to ash as well.
With a 16,
As he's
you
humming.
are able to recover the upper torso part of the skeleton, but as you kind of pull it out of the rubble, you do take note that, like, where you would expect to find it, I mean, you dig a decent amount of it out of the rubble. You can find that there's a decent amount of scorch marks on the ground around where the stone is, and the bottom half of the torso that you're finding, where you were able to like recover a little bit of the armor, like it was still wearing some armor as well as its helmet, but the lower part of the armor is showing signs of damage, and you're not able to locate any legs or anything below like the middle part of a torso. Anyone that sees that, they can roll a... Let me see. What would be a good check for this? A
Medicine?
nature.
Nature.
You roll a nature.
That's one of my weakest ones. If I was Soren, that would be my strongest.
1.
Oof. Oof.
He has no legs, Lieutenant
God damn
Dan.
it. I got a natural one.
12.
He has no legs, Lieutenant Dan.
It's a little hard to determine, Milo, but it's like, as this is old, very like ancient damage, but as you kind of like bend down and get a closer look, you swear that the edges of the armor that like where there's nothing left almost looks blackened in some way and slightly melted. And so you then perform your funerary rites there, Dallen.
Yes, like I was saying, he smudges the ashes onto the remains, and he starts burning it with his fire breath. If you want me to, I will expend my fire breath if I have to.
I won't allow you to need to do that. Let's say you have plenty of other resources around that you're able to. I mean, if anything, you can maybe use one of those alchemist fire that Milo grabbed.
Well, it has to be his breath weapon.
I'll say that I won't require it this time. Allow you to save it for maybe a later use. But
Okay.
perform the rites and give me a religion check.
It's also one of my weakest ones. Let's go.
12.
Hey.
You're not sure if, like, what this was would have been the right thing to do, but you do feel kind of a bit of a change in the room, almost maybe like more of a sense of peace. Or what could have possibly have been a very violent death, and having now, after how many years, been acknowledged, you feel a little bit more at ease with this.
Alright, well, we can leave now.
Hopefully he is, well, they are among the halls of their ancestors.
hopefully we don't encounter whatever made them leave. Hoping it wasn't the actual volcano.
Hopefully not, because if so, this hold would be very unstable. Especially if it's in an active volcano.
Yes.
You make your way back into the chamber with the dial. The door still being open into the center of the chamber, allowing in plenty of light and heat. As the smell of sulfur is all around you still. The chair remains, and as you look in the room, you can see the pillar there. Like, not really a pillar, but like a dial with the symbols discussed previously.
Hold on. I'm gonna see something.
As you go over to the far eastern door, you open it up and you see what looks to be a corridor.
Y'all want to go in?
But before we do, I want to try something first.
Closes the door, walks away.
Hey Milo, you got that steel ingot, right?
Yeah.
Try placing it on this symbol here. It's marked steel on the dial.
Alright, Milo will do so then.
Alright, you hear a small tink of metal as you place the steel ingot on the stone dial. Nothing happens.
Guess we'll figure this one out in due time. If you want to snag your ingot back.
Very well.
You open up the door again. As you head into a corridor that you see travels north and south. To the south, you can see at the very end of the corridor, it seems to open up a little bit, where you see some collapsed stone and scorching on the pathway. To the north, you can see what looks to perhaps be some sort of doorway, and the pathway continuing.
Okay. Well, it looks like the only way we can go through here is the doorway.
Hey.
You head up
Onward
the
then?
corridor. Like, once again, you see what almost looks to be carvings along the corridor itself. Very artistic, showing like dwarves in a marching formation. Some dwarves just kind of standing at guard and attention. Simplistic in a way that it basically provides some a break from just simple plain stone, and it adds some more artistic and ownership to the corridor itself.
Would I recognize what what these symbols are kind of representing?
Give me a history check.
It's a 20.
20 indeed. As you take a look, you recognize that a lot of these symbols are very militaristic in a way. Some of the marching formations and some of them standing at guard, you can see that they're adorned in the finest of dwarven armor and weapons at the ready, as if they're on guard.
Is there any indication on the mural what they're guarding against, or is it just like...
It just seems to be
Essentially,
guarding
like-
in general.
just guarding in general? Are they on the outer wall or the inner wall?
Mixture of both.
Mixture of both? Okay.
The inner wall, it would seem that they're more standing at attention, whereas the outer wall, they seem to be more in marching formation. Kind of almost like Egyptian murals.
Yeah.
What do you guys say? Do you guys want to keep going, moving forwards? Or do you guys want to check something else out?
Well, we can't really move forward. There appears to be more blockage up ahead.
Oh, there is a doorway right there, though.
Hey, that's what I was going to say. There is an opening here. We should probably check that one out, or else we got to go back to the main chamber.
Yeah, and as you look, so definitely there's a bit of a difference between the blockage that you see up here compared to the one to the south. As you look up in this direction, you can see actual rubble and scorched earth, but this path up here is completely blocked off, whereas to the south you did see some light coming from it.
And ironic enough, at this angle, we can still see into the chamber below.
Which, with continuing with that 20, Dane, like, you know that when it comes to a lot of Dwarven holds, like, a lot of dwarves, they tended to try and, like, make sure that if they were trying to defend something, or whenever they were building their homes, they wanted to make sure that, like, every part of it was easily defensible. Like, for example, if there was someone trying to invade, they'd have easy access to see them at all times and be able to, like, aim at them with either magic or crossbow bolts, more like. And this corridor is definitely significant that, like, it allows you to be able to get across the hold very quickly and easily, while at the same time having great view, so that if there's something up ahead, something wrong, you'd be able to see it a mile away.
Yeah.
And you stand at the precipice of a doorway leading east.
Let's see if it's locked. It is not locked.
The door opens with a bit of stone grinding. Alright, let me double check my notes for this room here to see if I had anything in particular.
Roaring Gamzee's there. He throws bread at us.
No, not quite. It would be incredible if he happened to be here.
And not
Gordon,
dead.
what are you doing here? I should be asking you that.
As you enter this particular room, you can see a grand stone table before you. Slightly broken in a few places, one of the legs seems to have given out. You can also see what almost appears to be some wreckage of some wooden chairs here as well. And almost looks like to be some ash and, like, some organic material on the table as well. Ooh, wow. Yeah, Dallen,
That's exactly what's going on.
as you kind of go up to this table and you take a look, you recognize that this appears to have once been perhaps maybe a planning table. Based on the organic material, you can see that, like, some of it is disintegrated parchment, and, like, otherwise notably some, like, it's all unrecognizable at this point, but you could definitely tell that this definitely seems to be a room dedicated to either war, might be dedicated to, like, planning, defense. You can easily determine this is likely kind of like a headquarters area for, like, defense on this side of the keep.
Seems this is where they plan the battles.
Command room.
Hey.
I wonder if there's anything might have survived that might have said, might have what happened here, or even how to pop whatever that's back there is used for in the main chamber.
With a nat 20, Dallen, you would actually find something among some of the disintegrating parchments. Something written in Dwarvish.
Hey, Dane, come look at this.
Hey, let me have a look.
Alright, let me double check my notes here, because that was a fantastic check on your end. Alright. So as you take a look at this, Dane, you recognize some of the print as 2994 2E.
This looks like it's from the Second Age.
Quakes again. I presumed double patrols around the hold. We're not quite sure where it's coming from. The magma continues to heat up the main forge and allows us to craft magnificent pieces. But these quakes continue. The security and structure of the hold may be at risk. We'll be sending a recommendation down to the boys in the forge that they must be more careful with whatever they're doing down there. If they aren't careful, they're likely to bring the whole hold down upon us. Threat levels in the north. No threat from the elves. They continue to hold in their forest, quite content. They seem to be making friends with our leader. Let us open that remains. To the east, threats from pirates and other sea creatures are always at a risk. There's plenty of space between our hold here and the island before we hit the water. Many of the boys still say that our new ancestral home should remain in the east. Many dream of the mountain there. To the south. Not much but wilderness. Wild creatures run amok. The few patrols we have on the outside continue to take care of beasts that roam our shores. To the west. Potential more homes. We can see from here a mountain range to the west. Anytime the sun begins to set, when we have some of our patrols on the surface, we can see the mountains in the distance. Though rumor has it that those mountains are infested with orc. Further patrols needed to see safety and sanctity of that region. Overall, our hold is well protected, well concealed. We should be able to remain here for over a millennia with no issues. And that's where it ends.
Hey. So it looks like they were setting up here for the long run, which makes sense. They were making a new home. Sounds like they had a good rapport with the elves, but this is back when they still had the Fey Woods. So this is very old.
think maybe like when the war with the dragons and Thanatos happened, they
I don't think I don't think they had anything to do with the war. From what it sounds like, this is well before that. There's talk of going off towards, was it the mountains where Lancaster is? Apparently there are orcs there. There's talk again of that other hold over in, I'm guessing it's La Montagne, which would definitely be interesting. Definitely have to give that mountain another look at some point. But it also sounds like there was some sort of earthquakes here, or something going on underground, like for deeper underground, that was causing the magma to behave in unpredictable ways. That could be why this place is in such a mess. Possibly whatever happened down below triggered an eruption. Which even for a dormant or extinct volcano, a significant, I don't know, explosion or significant changes to the, seismic movements and such will definitely trigger an eruption. Alright, I'll definitely, I should definitely keep an eye out for anything more that can explain what happened.
that we definitely must. Let's see. Tal's gonna go over to that other door in the up ahead, top, and see if he can open that one up. We can. Start taking a look around. An 8. Lovely.
I might be able to see something this time.
As you open up the door into the next chamber, you can see more circular that seems to have a hallway that leads out further to the north. Significantly, though, around here, you can see what almost looks to be sets of stone beds. Amongst each of them, you can see what almost looks to be ancient woven blankets and what almost looks to be perhaps some disintegrated, like what you could imagine must have been some kind of pillow or some sort of natural thing that must have been a pillow at one time. Several larger beds over here, indicating that perhaps someone that was higher ranked might have slept there, whereas over here on the left side, you see several sets of like stone bunk beds carved from out of the wall itself.
Well, is that supposed to be comfortable to you guys? As Dallen looks at Dane.
Hey, well, of course we'd have a little bit of like bedding and such to go on top of it, but for the most part, that's a pretty standard bed. Though it's probably a little bit more sparse because it's for the military.
Yeah, from the looks of it, it seems to be like a ward garrison. And the layout.
Talos is going to go over to the bed that looks like it would be more for like the leader or commander, and take a look around, see if there's anything like any slots for like putting personal items and stuff like that.
Investigation check.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as you take a look around, you can see what almost looks to be like along the wall. There's several hooks, some that as you kind of feel, you feel like definitely some wear and tear against the wall, almost as if something was leaning up against it and have been taken off and on repeatedly, as well as you take a look at the ground, you can see that there might be some metal shavings, ancient from a long time before. You're not quite sure, but you could assume that maybe they used to hang their armor and weapons here.
Really well used. Looks like everything.
Hey.
Definitely well used.
Well, anybody else find anything else?
Nothing else on my end.
Nothing really of note on my end either.
Alright, looks like you guys searched the place well enough.
Alright. Let's head on through this opening in the north.
You head down a corridor that takes a sharp turn. From here, you can see a set of stairs that goes up a ways into another chamber. You also see some rubble over here, as well as what appears to be a couple chairs here. And over here, you can see several weapon racks, where on them you can see that there appears to be some crossbows and bolts still remaining.
Yeah, definitely take some of those bolts. One of the crossbows.
Give me a quick investigation check as you look at that to see like how many are still usable. 17. As you take a look, you're able to find 78 working crossbow bolts.
Ooh, yes. Add that to my inventory. You said 78?
Yes.
Alright. Must be getting closer to another set of armory. I'm gonna check this corner over here, where that looks like looks like stones.
Yes. As you peer at it, you can see what almost looks to be some stones that have collapsed on the ground.
Milo, you think you could do that ghost thing? Looks like there's a passage through here. Looks like it's been blocked up though.
Well, no, I can't. Because if you actually remember when I first showed you this, I can only do it once a day. Unless I want to waste some of these as I pull out a weird-looking coin.
Oh, sorry. Maybe if I... Talos gonna try to see if he can move any other stones there.
Do an athletics check. 15. You're able to move a couple of smaller stones. A lot of this is very heavy. You do see the trademark signs of actual, like, a corridor beyond some of this rubble. So if you were to spend a decent amount of time, you could potentially, like, uncover the path here.
Definitely a path here.
Or obviously, if you can find some, figure out some other ways that you could potentially clear it as well, like either manually moving it. You know that when it comes to clearing paths, you have a dwarf that is very familiar with how to open up pathways.
Oh, Dane,
Aye.
could use your dwarven skills. Point toward the end, kind of explain about the pathway here and possible a possible way to probably move position, get the stones just away so we can get through.
Hey, see what I can do. Would that still be athletics check there, Tim?
Yeah, if you're just trying to physically move it, athletics to move some stones.
Well, first off, I'm going to see if, looking at the stone, if there's a way that I could basically just remove a couple of them just to have the whole thing kind of shift.
Then 18.
Enough that it might move.
Yeah. As you take a look, you can see several different sizes of rocks, several, like, almost on the size of boulder. You can even see some that have a bit of a smooth side to the bottom of it, which you can assume might have been, like, on the top part of this corridor before falling. You can see that you could probably, like, move enough that you might be able to crawl through it. But some of larger creatures like Talos might have some more difficulty, and Dallen. Yeah, with an 18, I say you'd be able to, like, move a couple things to open it up, but it wouldn't be enough to get everyone through.
Alright. Well, let me, I don't think I'm going to be able to move any rocks.
As you try to budge a couple, like, you futilely just, like, press up against it and it ain't moving.
Nope, ain't moving.
Try and help it.
Not
Or
moving from this chair.
am I not skilled enough?
I mean, if you're trying to brute force it, you could certainly always try to help move a few things.
Dallen pulls a muscle. He can't. He's gonna walk away.
My back. Oh,
This is too
my
much physical
back.
labor for you, Dallen.
Oh, my delicate, earnest arms.
Let's have a look in this top chamber first, and then we'll try again with the rocks.
I had to have been a massive tectonic shift to cause to cause the collapse.
As you head up into this chamber here, you can see what almost looks to be a half wall right here. and what almost looks to be like a solid wall that goes across the chamber, but there's something that feels off about it.
Well, this is odd.
I'm gonna go up to the wall, the half wall, and kind of just put my hand on it, kind of see if I can feel anything.
As you look at the half wall, you can see that, like, from the direction that you approach from this way, this side is very smooth. It's very much like carved to be like one can lean against it comfortably. As you look at the other side, you can see it looks a little rougher, a little bit like less touched up.
What is this? Dane, will people make something like this? In your hold?
No, I have. Not that I know of, and I've explored pretty much every inch of my hold. Never seen anything like this before. The double nat ones.
No, even though I have not had a really good play with this, I'm gonna try doing an Arcana check on it. See if I sense any residual magic from this thing. 8. Yeah, I'm not now.
Everything about this
no
room
business.
seems mundane. Like, you don't sense any magic or anything. Nat 20. As you're taking a look around, Dallen, you've done enough tinkering in your days, especially with your guns, that you start to see some patterns. You look behind you, you see a lever right here. Not only a lever, but more or less like a crank. And as you take a look at the wall here, with how smooth it is, you realize that there's something about it that's made to be defensive. And along the walls here, that stretch about, you notice that the stone that is there, like, has divots in it. Almost as if they're windows of some kind. But they all appear to be solid stone at the moment.
Guys, get ready to run. As Dallen goes over to pull the lever.
Wait, what?
It's a crank.
Oh, cranks up.
As you grip it and you... all of you hear some gears grinding. As about 10 different tall windows open up across the entirety of this. As a little bit of light comes out through the windows, and you feel a cool breeze just like brush by you as you get a view of starlight and moon. And as you kind of go up to the windows and look out it, you can see like a sheer cliff right below you that, as you suddenly see tree levels not too far below you. And as you look over, you can see into the distant west or east from here, where off in the distance you can see some of the twinkling lights of the Kraken's skull bobbing up on the water. And as you continue to crank it, Dallen, you don't feel it stop. Instead, you hear another, okay. As you get to a certain point, the windows are open. You feel the crank momentarily stop, but then as you're about to let go, you feel it kind of shudder and move forward a little bit, which encourages you to continue to crank it. And as you continue to crank it, all of you have to step back as the center area begins to open up. And before you know it, a giant mechanism just kind of starts to rise out from it. Boop.
By the ancestors, what is this?
What would we need to roll to recognize what this thing is?
History check as this thing rises up from the ground. Dane, you recognize this as a dwarven windlance, a very powerful ballista.
Oh. Oh, that's not something you see every day. That's...
You see right next to it several very long and heavy looking, like what one would call probably a spear, but it's got some metal flanges to the backs of it.
Talos, he's staring at this like in awe because he's only heard of these in stories.
Yeah, you know what these are, Talos. Like tales of some dwarven craft where a dwarven windlance has been used to take down dragons themselves. As oftentimes dragon scales are like, especially some of the more ancient and older ones from back in the wars, and you know that these ballista are used to take down some of the heaviest and most armored opponents, whether it be a heavily armored ship, whether it be a heavily armored dragon. Like, you know that when this thing is aimed properly and it is fired, whatever it hits is going to feel it. Like, you've heard stories, and Dane, like, you're very familiar with this as, like, there's a few of these that Blackspire has, like, crafted, though you don't get to see it too often because it's more or less on the kind of upper parts of Blackspire, mainly as
mountain top, the mountain peaks.
Yes. Made for certain defenses in case, like, a dragon were to come to the keep to try and take it over. These ballista are put in place in Blackspire to basically ward them off. You also see there's several cranks that as Dallen kind of go up to it, you move a few of the cranks and the ballista begins to, like, it doesn't stop in between. It manages to go and slot itself directly in line with each of the windows that it wants to face. And another crank allows it to go up and down.
Yeah, these is that Starfall.
Hey, if we had these at Starfall, that would be very little that could actually get to us from the air.
How many of these windlances are here?
I'm actually gonna check the bolts see if there's how many bolts are here.
Let's see, out of what it would be left, you find that there are 9 bolts left.
Dane, how about you hold on to these?
Hey.
As you pick one up, give me a straight intelligence check. A 2. Like, you're able to pick one of these up. Like, you alone could probably load it up, but like, as you feel this is a hefty bolt. Like, this thing has got to be about like the same size as and like heft as like a. Let me see here. Like, it's definitely much heavier than a spear. Like, yeah, you would have probably come across one of these before. You'd have to say that this thing would probably be like well heavier than a lance itself, which, you know, lances are about like easily a good like well-crafted one will usually be about 6 pounds. Each one of these bolts would probably have to be somewhere between like 10 to 20 pounds.
Well, might not be able to carry all of these, but I can at least take one. And if anything, we can bring it back to Namfoodle See if you can replicate it.
So you go and put one in your bag of holding.
Yeah.
Alright. You put down into your inventory one Dwarven Windlance Ballista bolt. Or I guess one Dwarven Windlance bolt, I guess I could say. Weight 20 pounds.
Fair enough.
For what you can see, the way the windows are positioned, you can see that you have a very good angle on the western side, but also it seems to swing a little bit more towards the northwestern side as well, or northeastern. Eastern side and northeastern part of the island, having a very good range and view of a lot of the open sea.
You know, maybe this was built during the time of when the dragons were coming down. Especially with the angles that it's giving, you can look all the way to the north, which is towards Anar Dracul.
Maybe it was maybe during the beginning of the war they started building defenses for themselves, just in case.
Hey, and from this height as well, you get a good vantage point. It's a shame we don't have any schematics that we're able to write down of this. I think Namfudel would have a blast with one of these.
But once we get the defenses of the rest of the defenses at Starfall done, and we'll definitely have to bring him back here. So he'll probably scramble over everything.
Hey, I think you'd like that. Maybe.
Might even try finding ways to, quote, improve it. Give it a bit of a Namfudel flair.
Aye.
Well, let's keep good looking. See if we can find out anything else.
Hey, let's try and punch out the rock again.
(17) as you push your back into it, you remove a few more rocks. You can feel a little shifting as some of the other rocks begin to spill out. There's a small crack that you could poke your head through, but you're not able to quite crawl through just yet.
Palace is gonna help see if he can move some of those rocks.
You're able to move a few more rocks, taking some time to carefully place a few out of the way. You have made enough room that a small creature can make its way through. Hey Dan, give me a quick history check.
Yeah, ready?
A 25. As you're taking a look at one of the main parts of these boulders that are blocking your way, you can see several cracks within it. You know that something like this, you could probably shatter with a great amount of force.
You know what? I'm gonna take that sledgehammer that I got from earlier and hit the rock with it. Right at the crack. Ooh, actually, belay that. I'm gonna use my Ring of the Ram.
All you watch as Dane begins to pull out from his bag the sledgehammer. As he looks at it, he looks at the rock, he looks at the sledgehammer and goes, nah. And then you watch as he puts it back, and you watch as he kind of takes his gauntlet to his hand and kind of flexes it a few times as he puts a fist towards the rock.
Oh god, what did I just put in my brain? Smashing.
How many charges are you wanting to spend?
You know what? 2, because why the hell not?
Ooh, alrighty. As you kind of stand at a fair distance, you look at the boulder, and you hold out your ring, and you feel like the energy surging. You should kind of focus on it. And then you exert 2 charges of the ring. I need you to give me a strength check with a +10 bonus.
Alrighty. So what?
You all watch as Dane, as he aims the ring, you watch his arm shake for a second, and then his arm kind of flies back like a ricochet, and boom, as you see a spectral giant ram's head rush forward and just bash its head into the boulder, just making an absolute boom eruption of stone, that shrapnel that shoots out all over the place.
I'm gonna hold up my shield to try to block some of the shrapnel.
Well, rock's gone.
That's it, is it?
Yeah. Hang on, I rode over it a little bit. Let me double check something here. Well, yeah. So the pathway is through here. Let me put a door to signify that, because if I was to undo what I did, it looks like it would undo a lot, but that's fine. Boop. We'll say that we have a door here.
A spectral door just floats into the ether.
There we go. And you see a corridor that goes past, with still some rock and rubble in the way, but you do see what looks to be a doorway on the other side. Do you wish to head down that corridor?
Yeah.
Alright.
Why not?
You can go through.
Progress.
You can go through 2 and 4 as you wish, but just for technical reasons, I'll have to move you manually each time.
Nah, that's fair.
Alright, but you can control yourself from here for now. As you open up the door, you see what appears to be another circular chamber. Let me see, what would I describe the smell?
Very interesting new aroma we have discovered.
Death and decay.
As you take a sniff of this, there's not so much sulfur smell in this area as musty. It feels very much just like stale in this room, and there's definitely a distinctive smell of like decay in here. As you take a look around, and you're able to see what looks to be 3 smaller antechambers that contain what looks to be bookshelves.
Books. Library?
Are there actual books on these bookshelves, or are they just empty?
As far as you can tell, there does appear to be books here.
Yes. Book.
Yeah. As you begin to kind of go over to a bookshelf and you pick one up, you feel it collapse in your hand as it disintegrates.
Seeing that, Talos is going to be more cautious while grabbing one of the books.
Yeah, as you're kind of going through and poking a few, like, just to see if there's anything that remains of these books, you can feel the dry rot on a majority of them. As you start to push on one, you can see it just give way, and you're like, oh, like, these are books, but they're so old and it's so damaged with time that basically they are only holding their shape because they haven't been disturbed in so long. And there's nothing that was put in place to preserve them. And so a lot of the books here seem to be in very, very abysmal condition.
That's a shame.
I'm gonna go look around, see if I find anything that looks like it was left in a hurry, like any like somebody might have written something down.
Okay, that'll be another investigation check.
A 4.
Yeah. As you're looking about, the library, it was already in a disarray before, as you can tell. A lot of things were left out that have disintegrated, and words are unrecognizable. You're not able to find hardly anything of use in here, Talos. Does Dallen or Milo want to make any checks? Very good. And then, Dallen, did you want to make a check?
Yeah. Let's see. Investigation. 14. Not
Very
great.
So, as you all are kind of looking about this library, Dallen, you are able to find a parchment that is delicate. As you're able to move it slightly enough, but it still has some legible words on it that you're able to point out to Dane.
Hey, Dane. I can't use your translation again.
Let's see what this one holds for us. I'm gonna go over and read it.
Thank you, buddy.
And as for you, Milo, roll me a 1d2.
1d2?
Yes. Makes sense. As you're looking through this library, there's a particular one that catches your eye. It almost appears to be like a book bound in silver, with some purplish jewels within it. And as you kind of carefully touch it, you feel that it is sturdier than all the other books that you've been testing, and as you kind of slowly pull it out, you feel a bit of heft to it. the binding of it almost like you would think it's silver, but you could swear that it might be made of mithril itself.
I was gonna.
Oh, you're gonna open it up?
No, I was gonna ready my comprehend goggles or comprehend language goggles.
All right. As you take a look at it, you realize that like it doesn't have any words on the outside of it, but it is very decorative. A lot of inlay. Someone took great care in crafting this particular book.
I was gonna. Actually, before opening it, just in case, even though that 7 is not gonna really help him.
A 7, as you kind of like look at this book, you don't know what it is about this book, but even with a 7, you feel magic in this book. Give me a history check. You once had a book from a long time ago that you sold that had a very similar energy to it.
Oh, lucky bugger.
And Milo open it and just read the title of the book.
Mm-hmm. As you open up the kind of the forefront of it, you see Clear Thought as the title of it. As you kind of flip through a couple pages, you see some memory and logic exercises within it.
Yes.
And with each word that you start to read, like, you feel some of the energy, like, that is very, very familiar. As you get flashbacks from the Tome of Leadership and Influence.
Yes, Milo's gonna kind of pocket this and save it for Namfoodle.
Alrighty. You have the Tome of Clear Thought. And I will say, unlike the other one that you found that was not quite ready to go immediately, you could feel that the energy on this book that you just grabbed is ready to go 100%.
Well, I mean, if it was, it would not have been able to open.
Exactly. As for what you're reading over, Dane, there's no exact date on it that you can tell, smudged here and there from time, but you're able to kind of get a few words. The greatest masterpiece yet. Defining feature of. You'll be very proud. Much time will be needed. Energy. And that's all you're able to kind of get from it.
Hey, there's not really much to decipher on this one. Something about a grand masterpiece and energy and the greatest of the age. But can't really. There's not really much else here. It's all eaten away by time.
Maybe a new project that they were trying to make down here. Maybe that's what caused that kind of gesture around to like any loose stones that might be in the area.
Maybe.
Maybe got a bit ahead of themselves, no offense.
Maybe. But they might have whatever they might have done, it might have been what's caused this. Milo, what have you found there?
Well, you remember that one book that I was obsessed with for like, I remember a week, I want to say?
It felt like a month, but aye, you were reading that book so much you almost caused yourself to, how was it, exhaust yourself.
Not almost.
All the time.
Did exhaust myself, but I think I found another book like that. Though it's
Another one?
more of... Yes, another one.
Well, luck smiles upon you.
Oh crap! Sorry, 1 second.
There we go. Driving me nuts having some of those spots I've discovered.
Sorry. I had something in the oven and I didn't realize it was beeping. Got slightly burnt, but that's fine.
Oh no.
A little char never hurt anybody.
Hurt me. How dare you?
Well, burnt bread, but
Even
just
worse.
on the edges. Just on the edges. Gives it some flavor.
Alright, so, what are you all doing now?
Well, you gonna do?
I was just gonna say, well, unless there's anything else that we can find in here, I'll probably hit that door on the left.
Down's gonna look for any books on crafting.
Give me an investigation check. All
Fuck.
books you touch turn to ash. You
Dane's
sneeze.
no better.
You sneeze after a little of the dust gets in your nose, and you take out an entire bookshelf.
Oh no! Accidentally calls a meteor down on the bookshelves.
Dust meteor.
Well, that ends where that goes from. Let's move on.
That poor library.
I just wanted some information. Just wanted to learn.
Our wizard friend will be very disappointed at those destroyed books.
Wasn't my fault, alright?
I mean, kind of was.
Semantics.
Let's keep moving.
Okay. So you see that there's the door that you came from, and then you see a door to the west.
Westward ho!
It's another one of those circles.
Yep. As you open up the door to this next chamber, you notice what almost looks to be kind of a strange dial. This one in particular doesn't have initially any sort of symbols on it or anything, but it has some weird divots in it. It's strange because, like, the way that it looks, it almost looks like a grindstone one would use for a mill house, except the grindstone itself, well, it's positioned on the ground, as you can see in the circular area. It has slants cut into it in certain parts. Slants that almost look like blades, like wide blades that are angled.
I'm guessing very much Elden Ring Roundtable Hold feeling.
I haven't actually played that one yet. Let me see.
I'm gonna inspect like the holes themselves, see if it looks like something's supposed to just like go in them.
Yeah, I would say kind of like that, but obviously not the blades in the center. More or less towards the edges is what it looks like. There are like wide blades. 16. As you kind of take a look at this Talos, you can see that like it's definitely made out of stone, and where these blades are that kind of like fasten on the bottom, they definitely are dull. Like, they're not used for combat, and the way that they're pointed downwards, like, it's not meant to slice anything that's like comes close to it. Though you know that obviously if you were to fall upon it, it would probably hurt a little bit. If I get a picture here. Okay. Yeah, I could probably work with that there. Let me just, I'll post this into the Discord for you all to see. And I'll need a little suspension of disbelief, but Alright, general. So you see basically this on the ground, except it's all like made out of stone, but this is essentially kind of the shape that you see, with wide blades that go downwards in an angle. And this is obviously facing upwards. If you all can see that.
Yeah.
This is essentially the round table that you see in the center of this room.
That's supposed to be a table?
A strange device.
Yeah, it's set up like a table.
Can I do a check to see if I know what this is?
Arcana or history of your choice.
Arcana it is. That is way better than history.
A 25. As you're taking a look at this device, you kind of feel the blades and like use a little bit of strength, and you're able to actually like move this. Like the entire circle rotates as you push on it a little bit. And as you take a look, you realize that something like this is meant to catch something. Like, you've seen in the past some devices like this are used to catch wind, such as windmills. Although, it is unusual as this obviously is on the ground and it's not standing upright, which would be more useful for catching onto the wind. You also know that sometimes, like, something like this can be used to basically, like, catch water and be moved by water, such as like a watermill. But as you kind of take a look around, you don't see any drainage grates around here, and you don't initially see, like, any windows or anything that could let air in.
What about anything that might lit? I want to say liquids like lava. And is there anything? Is there any indents that look like they would lit lava in?
Give me an investigation. 15. Yeah. As you take a look around, besides the mechanism in the center, you don't see anything that would indicate anything like spinning around on the ground itself. Although you do happen to notice that there is some indentions here and here within the stone walls themselves. It was hard to notice within this round room, but as you kind of are moving about and looking, you do happen to notice that's like a bit of a kind of indention within the stone itself. And to those two spots. And Talos, you get a bit of an itching in the back of your neck.
One second. Talos is gonna turn start looking around to like try to figure out what he's that little like that what he's feeling is like. So he's gonna try to see if he can pinpoint where he's feeling this.
Let's see, and you have a specific.
Yeah,
feat, right?
my dungeon delver. Yeah, where it has my dungeon delver gives me advantage.
Indeed, and with that 17, you make your way over to this part of the room where, as you're kind of feeling, you can see that there is a natural illusion within the stone itself. That right behind this illusion, there's a small groove where you find that there is a lever.
How about we don't pull that lever?
Well, did you mention that to the rest of your allies?
Yes.
Like Talos is in the middle of reaching for it. It's like, what do you do? What was that, Dallen?
How about we don't pull that lever? Do you notice these indents in this room? I think that might put lava in this room. Or at least open up for lava to come in.
Really?
Yes, I think this is a mill.
It could also just be air as well.
Would you want to be in a room with air that can push this thing around?
Fuck it, I've done worse.
Dallen's just gonna hold on to something. Alright, let's do it.
If anything, we should probably stand on the left side of the room here, more towards the door, just in case we need to make a hasty exit.
True.
I'll put a visual in here.
Oh, okay. Talos is gonna kind of wait for everyone to brace themselves up to where they look like they're more safe.
There we go.
Dallen's gonna be like as far away from Talos as possible and he's yell, "Good luck!"
As you open the doors, you see another circular room on the other side with what appears to be some statues.
Oh, did I literally forgot over nothing?
And then, so Talos, do you pull the lever?
Once I make sure that everyone, like Milo, Dane, Dallen, they're out of the room, or at least in a what looks to be a safe spot.
Not fucking we ball. Milo's gonna stand closer than he probably should.
Are you sure you want to stand that close, Milo?
I said fuck it, we ball.
You die, I die.
Okay. Kind of winces as he flips it.
As you pull the lever, ka-chunk, you hear some whirring of... And then you see over here a hole open up here and a hole open up right here, as these basically these windows just kind of drop down, boom, and over in this direction you feel heat and light as you feel a bit of a shifting in the air. And you watch as the fan blades begin to turn. As you hear a grinding at first, as they begin to slowly move.
Milo?
After a moment, as Milo, you feel the blades just kind of moving like around, like close by you. Whoom, 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 whoom. Like you can feel like a steady amount of stream of air, like concentrated directly on the blades at about that point right here. Kind of going in almost a straight line this way, but obviously a little bit of that wind escapes to the rest of the room. Notably, you did not see the other spot that Dallen pointed out open up here.
No.
And the speed of the fan structure in the middle evens out and goes at a steady pace, but give me an insight check.
I'm assuming you're referring to me.
Yeah. A 6.
This seems safe.
Yeah. Everything's fine.
Should I roll an insight check?
Go for it. 10. And it's going at a decent speed. It's not too fast, not too slow.
This is... Talos is definitely, like, he's a little concerned, but he's still watching. Like so far, nothing seems wrong.
As it's spinning at a good steady pace, you can hear the sound of like gears whirring below your feet, almost rhythmically, kind of like a clock. But you don't hear any like ticks. It's just a constant, just constant gear moving, almost as if you were in a windmill. And Dallen, as you're kind of just outside in the other room looking in, you can see all this happening, and it doesn't appear to be dangerous as of right now. And as you take a look down, you also notice that the two initial like divots in the wall that you happened to notice earlier have not opened up, unlike the other two ones that you didn't notice initially.
Dallen's gonna slowly peek his head into the room. So, not as dangerous as I thought, huh?
Nope.
No. Still don't know what this is. What this does, but
You watch as Milo slowly puts his hand out and it gets slapped by one of the blades, and it just stings, but it doesn't hurt. It's just like, ow!
maybe it's meant to move hot air. Talos is gonna kind of side shuffle walk over toward like the one that has the light and some of the heat coming from it, and kind of like just quickly put his hand in front of there just to test how much heat's coming out.
Yeah, as you kind of feel like give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy.
See, like, how long you're able to kind of hold your hand up there. An 18. As you hold your hand up there, like, you feel the gauntlet on your hand warm up very quickly. Like, there is you can feel like an intense heat coming from it.
Sounds like he yanks his hand right out from back. It's like, oof. Oh. Okay. Must be some sort of heat exchange or exhaust.
It's a rather ingenious design, it looks like, as well. Basically using the heat of the mountain and the outside air to regulate itself. I'm wondering as well if this is something to do with the vault, with that vault.
Maybe.
Because it did say, like, what was it? Like all of the, like the four corners of the earth.
Maybe.
Might be one of the mechanisms.
As you're taking a look at this, give me an Arcana check, Dane. Nat 20. As you're kind of looking at
There's
this,
nothing magical about it.
as you're looking at this mechanism, you're listening and feeling the heartbeat of the mountain. Essentially, you can definitely tell that this is definitely important. There's nothing in this room that this is seemingly operating. Whatever this is doing, it seems to be diverting whatever the gears are elsewhere within the stronghold. But you can also feel by like how it's moving that it feels off. The blades aren't spinning as fast as you believe they could, because you can see that how they're moving, they could definitely be moving faster. And as you take a look at the other two like slots in the walls that Dallen pointed out, you know that for a fact those should have probably opened with the pull of that lever, but they haven't. And as a result, you're able to determine with that nat 20 that this thing may not be operating at 100% efficiency.
Can I go over to the holes in the walls and just sort of like knock on it with the base of my axe?
Yeah, and as you do, you hear kind of a hollow tink, tink, tink. And as you kind of feel it, you feel a bit of the stone is cooler here than the air coming in from down here, obviously.
Dane, what you doing?
Trying to see if this thing's not running properly. I mean, it's running, but not at peak efficiency. And I don't know. I just feel like it's, if we can get this wall moved like the other one, possibly get it spinning even faster. I just gotta figure out how.
And Milo uses Ring of X-ray Vision to see if he can like see more gears underneath.
Let me double check the specifications of that ring.
You see a bunch of dwarf corpses just stuck in the walls.
Oh god. It's terrifying. They're in the walls. They're in the goddamn walls.
Dear God.
Like Attack on Titan, but with dwarf bodies.
The vision can penetrate 1 foot of stone. How about that? Yep, I'd say as you put on the Ring of X-ray Vision, and you're taking a look over by the wall where Dane's at, you're immediately able to see a set of complex gears that run along what looks to be kind of like where the divot is. You can see that it is indeed kind of like a stone plate where you see a tube that goes beyond your vision. And next to that plate, you can see teeth as if the gears next to it are supposed to catch and move and bring it up and down. You're able to follow the gears over to this direction, where you can see that one of the gears is broken. You can see as like it's catching on one side and spinning slightly, but then it stops as some of the teeth have been broken, and then it just kind of keeps jumping back and forth, which is what's causing a specific noise you're hearing, where you hear tick 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 tick, and it's not allowing the mechanism to operate properly. And as you kind of look down on the ground, you can also see like intricate gears, larger than what you're able to see from up here. Like giant gears that move in a set of things and go beyond your vision, seemingly pointed somewhere towards the south is where a lot of the directions of the gears are heading.
You know, Milo's gonna take one of his soul trinkets, crush it, and then walk through the wall up this way. Take a better look at this one gear.
Alright. As you kind of phase through, it is a very tight squeeze, and you're able to see that the way the gears have been installed onto here, and in order to like get into them, you would probably have to break down the entire wall, which would be a very difficult and arduous process to do. But you're able to kind of just squeeze in there, especially due to your smaller size, like even smaller than that of a dwarf. And so you're taking a look at the gears, and like the ones that are moving over here are moving, like they kind of have stopped moving, but you can see that they are connected around towards the lever that Talos initially pulled. And they seem to be trying, like, they have a slight movement to keep that entryway open that you're close by, where you can feel the hot air just kind of slowly, like, brushing by you. But the one gear that you can see right below it, you can see rubble of stone. One appears to be just a solid, just rock that looks very roughly hewn, like as if maybe it broke off from something and fell. And the other stones look more carved. You can assume that probably a stone must have fallen within the wall here after some sort of quake or event occurred, and it knocked into one of the gears just right enough to break it. So, what do you do, Milo?
Thinking about that. Milo's gonna cast message to Talos to tell him to turn the lever back off.
You receive that message, Talos?
Alright, Talos is gonna go ahead and do that.
As you pull the lever up, chunk! A number of gears begin to move as the doorway to your south and north, or the windows, close, and the fan begins to slow down in speed. Inside the wall, Milo, you watch as the gears begin to spin in an opposite direction very fast as you watch the kind of a hatch close. And you can see as the gears over there that is broken by you actually watch as it catches and it goes the opposite direction. And it has a nice tight seal against the rest of the other gears. And you can see that just across the way with your ring of X-ray vision, you're able to see that the gears have fashioned the other window tightly, keeping it nice and sealed tight.
With Milo's sleight of hand, could he try to take the gear off?
Yeah, I'd say you could probably make an attempt at it. As you basically, like, you use a combination of your dagger and some of the other tools at your disposal. You're able to kind of chip away and pull off the broken gear.
I was gonna take it and just kind of walk back through the wall.
The ghostly visage of Milo reappears in the room before you.
Alright guys, we need to find a way to fix this. As Milo just kind of not drops, but like sets down the broken gear.
It is a heavy gear, like this thing's gotta weigh like 25 pounds.
Alan, you able to use your mend on it?
Well, let's see, as Dallen tries to mend it.
And then how long does your ghost phasing thing last, Milo?
10 minutes.
Okay, so you will have time for this, but your ring of X-ray vision will fade.
Right. Milo's gonna quickly go back, search for, like, the broken parts of the gear.
Easy enough, as you kind of phase back through. As I described before, you find them on the ground below, where there's a giant, like roughly hewn rock that is laying on the ground, and around it are fragments of what look to be carved stone.
I'll take those and then walk back to the wall. Okay, here you go, Dallen.
Mend again.
Alright. There's about 4 gears that are broken from this, and so it takes you 4 minutes concentrating on each to fix each teeth. And as you finish up and hold it up, the gear now weighs about 30 pounds with the stone added back to it.
Nice.
Well,
I was gonna
Dallen
take
is
it.
jacked, so he can hold it.
Yeah, it's not the issue here. Anyway, Milo's gonna take this and then try to go back to the wall. Put it back.
Alright, you phase back through, and it takes you a bit, but you're able to slot the gear back into place, as everything looks to be like as it used to be.
Then Milo's gonna walk back through the wall.
This time, as you start to feel your ghost form starting to fade. Alright, what do you all do now?
I was just gonna say Godspeed and then pull the lever.
Alright. As you pull the lever, this door, all 4 doors, like windows, suddenly open up. Each of them having a metal grate in front of them to, block things from going in and out. But as it does, you feel a tumultuous, wind, like a hurricane suddenly envelop, as hot air is coming from this window, cold air is coming from this window, as the entire room begins to spin with air. And the fan in the middle begins to catches immediately as you watch as it begins to spin incredibly fast.
Oh boy.
It's not strong enough for you all to lose your footing, but if any of you had any loose article of clothing, it'd be flapping in the wind. Some of your cloaks are flapping about you, starting to kind of go up into the air. A few of you kind of pull your cloaks back a little bit to keep it from getting grabbed by the fan mechanism in the middle.
Well, I think that's definitely sped things up.
Quite literally.
As from your keen ear, Dane, especially with that 20, as you're kind of feeling this out, this feels right. You don't hear any abnormal clicking or clinking. Everything seems to be running as smooth efficiency as fine dwarven craftsmanship can.
Hey, this sounds right now. Definitely feels and sounds like, well, it's supposed to. with that done, let's see what these statues are about.
Okay. Just double checking one of my notes here real quick. Alright. So, as you enter this room, you notice something quite peculiar starting to take place, as from around like this room here, some sconces begin to light up. Oh, not wanting to work properly. That's fine. I got this. Boop. Boop. Seemingly, something has changed within the stronghold, and lights are appearing. As you hear
We seem to have done something. Feels like the hold is almost coming back to life.
That's a good thing, right?
Hey, well, it definitely means it's going to be easier to see around, especially if these lights are starting to turn on. Also, we'll say that it's a rather ingenious way of creating, like, well, lights that you don't have to go around and manually light.
Yes. Maybe this was the power source that note was talking about.
Maybe, but I have a feeling it's something bigger. Like a couple spinning gears. Aye, it's definitely ingenious, but not exactly a masterpiece.
As you look in this room around you and in the circular chamber, things of note, you're able to see that there are 4 statues of very much what looks to be dwarven figures, kind of standing in a circle, old-fashioned, like wearing finest dwarven gear. One of them has like a battle axe on at their side. Another one has what looks to be a very intricate-looking sword that's Dane, you're able to identify as like a classic dwarven broadsword. One of them has like a crossbow on, at their side, and another one has a spear.
Well, these are certainly some fancy figures.
See if any of them have any the fit. Granted, though, Talos doesn't have a lot of knowledge about the area. He's gonna try to at least see if if any of them have any vestiges from stories he might remember.
Now, they definitely seem, from as you're looking at them, to be kind of more generic, finely crafted statues, mind you, but you're able to really see anything of note, other than just
dwarves. Dwarves?
Yeah. And we'll also say, as you're kind of looking about, forgot to reveal it. Down here in the southern part of the chamber, you do see some rocks. As what it almost looks to be perhaps something that has collapsed in the southern part of this chamber.
I'm gonna... Just rocks.
Yeah, it seems to be like similar hewn stone as what's around you, as best as you can tell, but you're not able to determine exactly what their source is, where they may have originally come from. Like, you can see that likely it came from just above where it currently is. Another collapse of some kind.
You know what? I'm actually going to use my... what was it? The stone cunning. Is there any cracks or anything on the rocks, or like, can I tell if, great force will be able to remove them again?
Yeah, as you take a look at this, you're able to kind of see that these rocks are very much, like, not natural from where they were. As you take a look, you can see that clearly, like, directly what's above collapsed down a long time ago, sealing off what is likely a passageway. And you could probably determine that with that storm cunning that, like, yeah, you could potentially, like, remove these, but you know that it likely wouldn't do much good, as with your natural memory of where this lies, you believe that this likely may have been the other end of the northern bridge that once connected this part of the keep to the center.
Okay. Well, it's just the northern end of the bridge, then Dane isn't going to bother using the last charge to break it down. Not unless we really want to know if it's the bridge or not.
What about the north passage up toward the north?
As you take a look to the north, you can see a corridor that kind of takes a sharp turn towards the west.
I thought I was going to start making his way, kind of do a quick look around that corner, just to be a little cautious. It's like, that with things starting to move around, who knows what might be getting stirred up.
Just as you start to kind of make your way to the corridor, you hear some creaking behind you.
Talos' head just snaps over.
Just as your head snaps over, the statue here, its head snaps over to you.
Oh no.
Oh, not again.
As this giant stone dwarf just kind of looks over at you and kind of brings a sword out.
Oh no.
Is there anything any of you want to do? Milo's gone.
I was like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm good.
It's like Milo's like, I'm not dealing with stupid statues again. This is on you, bitches. It's like, you pissed off the statues one too many times.
I'm gonna try and maybe do something a bit dumb, but I'm gonna try and talk to the statues just to see if they can actually understand anything.
Understand the dwarves. He's an honored guest. I know he looks like a lizard.
Maybe you speak in Dwarven.
So, what do you say, Dane, as you kind of approach it?
It's like, "Hi, honorable ancestors and guardians of the hold. We apologize for the intrusion. We did not mean to disturb your honorable rest. We are, we're trying to figure out what happened to this once glorious hold, and mean no harm to any inhabitants that may still be here, or yourselves. If you would just let us traverse the halls, we will not. There will be no harm that befalls what is left of this hold."
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh no! But wait, no, it's actually out of curiosity. Even though it's a statue, would my belt of dwarven kind actually work on it? Because it's still it's in the visage of a dwarf.
As you kind of hold up your hands and you speak your piece, the statue, looking defensively down at you, as plain as a stone face can be, you hear like a moment of silence as it, and then you watch as it takes its sword and sheathes it, and then turns back and becomes motionless once more.
That actually worked. Bloody brilliant day.
Gonna give a deep bow in reverence to it. Hey, enjoy your slumber, honorable ancestor. We thank you. Turn back to the party. Let's get out of here quick before they wake back up.
Right.
I don't know if that trick is gonna work twice.
Freed?
Talos starts making his way toward the passageway.
Alright. You make your way down the corridor. Having managed to escape the wrath of a dwarven statue. Ooh. Are they not showing? Why are they not showing up there? I'm supposed to have some sconches up here I thought I put down. That's weird. Where do they go?
They might be on the same layer with the statue.
I might have. Oh, yeah, you're right. I probably put him on the wrong layer. Bah. Hey, but yeah. As you continue, you can see more sconches lit up, guiding your path forward. As you move around another corner, you see a set of stairs that lead downward from where you are.
Onward and downward.
You see what looks to be another corridor to the east, as light is very much coming from that direction.
Looks like we got our, oh. So they've gone back to being very warm.
Yep. As you can see from here, you get a little gaze of the inner chamber where you see the center. And give me a perception check from here. Very interesting. So, Milo, you notice that around the center area, there is a lit sconce there now. Where there wasn't one before. But only one.
Okay, I'll take it at this point. Mel's still hidden, but he ain't gonna say shit about it.
Yeah, none of you know where Milo's at.
Hold up.
You need a nat 20 to find him.
Hold my beer.
Hold my mead.
Oh, that would have been awesome if I actually was able to get a nat 20.
Like, you will never hide from me again, Milo.
Dallen just zeroes in on Milo as he's following everyone.
Oh, don't worry. There were ways that Milo could have circumvented that.
Okay.
Immediately shoots him in the eyes. You can't see me now, bitch.
No, nothing that serious.
You continue down the corridor that resembles very much like the path that you saw on the eastern side, though notably as the lights within this corridor are lit, other like the other one, the murals on this one are slightly different. On this side, you notice that there are a number of dwarves that have pickaxes instead of weapons, and on the inner side, you can see dwarves by anvils and crafting weapons and armor and tools. Very much different feeling than what you got on the other side.
I'm wondering if the murals on the other side were all military based, and then we found all of the the ballista and the armory and such. I wonder if this side is more of a like an artisan's quarter, like craftsmen or craft dwarfs and such.
Maybe. Maybe that's what they meant by the four corners.
Hey, possibly.
You see that there's a smaller door to your right, well, to your left, as you're facing this way, towards the east, and then a larger door towards the west. And as you can see, the path south opens up into what looks to be a cavernous area where the walkway seems to have collapsed. Or the corridor itself has collapsed. And from here, we are going to take a quick restroom break. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
back.
Oh, welcome back.
And we have Remy here. And we have Aaron.
Perhaps.
And Ryan.
I don't know, am I?
And Jax. He's muted.
Yep, I'm back.
There we go. Welcome back, everyone. Alrighty, so we're gonna just get back into it. You all stand at the precipice of several doors. One leading to the east, one leading to the west. What do you all do?
Let's try this one first.
Yep,
Okay, for the one for the east.
And you see some lit sconces in here as this room is now lit up, as well as some pillars within the center. Some what looks to be bronze-looking statues adorns the sides of this room, where you see that there is a doorway to the north and a doorway to the east. You also notice that there's a raised pedestal in the center of the room.
Well, should we check out this pedestal first, or should we head up to the northern room?
What? Talos is gonna move a little farther into the room, kind of carefully looking around, not really touching anything. Just kind of like, hey, and that's the last time Talos touched something.
Right. Well, let's go into this northern room first, then.
As you open up that doorway, oh, why didn't that work? There's a pillar right here, by the way, and a pillar there, and a pillar there. For some reason, it didn't show that there's... Didn't block the visage like I put down.
Yeah. Well, there seems to be like a very small blob, like here.
Yeah.
Because it's blocking the vision, just not the whole thing.
I should have double-checked that one. In any case, just imagine a pillar right here. There's a couple of pillars directly by the door, where you see there's a couple more sconces that are lit up in here, providing a futile amount of light compared to the magma pool that is some 50 feet down from a collapsed corner of this room. You see cracks along the floor, indicating that if you got too close to that, it might be a little dangerous.
So, stay away from the edge, or else you'll probably end up in the drink. With that drink being a big old magma pool.
You see that there is a metal crate over in the corner.
See what this might be. What does this button do?
16 investigation. As you take a look at this crate, Dane, you're able to see that it is a very, different than the others that you've seen. This particular crate has some more intricate designing on it. You can see it's got a little bit more of a bronze look to it, and it has some dwarven visages on it. On one side, you can see what looks to be a dwarf standing front face on this side with a forging hammer in hand. No facial features, but you can definitely see the signature beard of a dwarf. As you look on the other side, you can see what almost appears to be the visage of, so like, on this side here would be the one with the hammer. The other side, as you kind of take a peek on it, it's a little bit of a tight squeeze, but you're able to move the crate itself. On the other side, you notice that there is a dwarf with a shield, kind of holding it forward in the face as if to guard. On this side here, you see that there's a visage of the dwarf, pickaxe in two hands, swinging in a swinging motion towards the side. And on this one, you see another dwarf with a shield and a spear, currently facing in a defensive stance. And you can see that the crate does appear that it could open.
Oh. Let's have a look inside the crate, then.
As you open up, you see within the crate some very, like, abnormally shaped blobs. And as you kind of take a close, like, move it into the light, giving you a history with advantage, Dane.
Ooh, 13.
13. You can't identify exactly what these are, but you're able to figure out that these appear to be ore. Like, they're roughly, like, freshly carved from the mountain ore.
Well, this is rather nice. Wonder what order this is.
Boop. Crate.
Box. How many pieces of ore are there?
Currently, there are 2.
I'm gonna pocket both of them.
Yeah, 2 hunks of iron ore.
Very nice.
The crate is now empty.
They're ready.
What do you all do now?
Let's see. Well,
Dane's gonna make his way over to the main room for a second. And head over to the pedestal in the middle.
You don't see any inscriptions or anything in particular. Simply a pedestal that is raised from the ground. And a couple parts. There's like 2 parts that are there. A main part of the pedestal and then another one that has what almost looks to be some sort of a square-like shape within it. Like carved into the pedestal itself.
Is it just that the square shape on that pedestal? It's like
It's carved into like the pedestal part itself. So you have the main part of the pedestal that's like 5 feet in diameter, and then you have like a secondary one that is like probably 2 to 3 feet and has a square indention within it.
okay, but that's the only thing there. There's no like other shapes or anything. That's just the square indention.
Yes.
Okay.
Feels reminiscent of something.
I doubt it, but Miles gonna try to put that random or the steel or iron ingot in that slot.
As you put the steel ingot into it, it looks like a grain of sand in a bowl. As like there's a lot of empty space, but as you put it in there, like nothing seems to happen.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
And I'm guessing the same thing would happen if I put the iron ore in there as well.
Are you putting one or both in?
Let's put both in, why not?
Alright. And did you leave the like that ingot in there, Milo?
Sorry, what?
Did you leave your ingot in the slot as well as he's putting his ore in?
No.
Okay. Yeah, as you put the 2 ingots in, it doesn't seem like anything happens, but you swear that you heard the slightest sound of, like, some stone scraping for just a half second. Like...
You know, this, again, might be slightly dumb. Dane's gonna climb on top of the pedestal and stand in the indention for a second.
Right. As you climb up in the indention, all of you hear some stone grinding as the entire pedestal begins to sink. It sinks down to a certain point where the big part of the small part of the pedestal meets with the big one, but then it continues to go down until the bottom also goes down until it's perfectly lush with the floor. Suddenly, these 2 statues here and here take their spears as they pull back and then stab forward. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw, Dane.
Oh no.
Oof. That is a big oof.
I get stabbed.
Yeah. You get stabbed by both.
Oh God!
I've been skewered.
Like just all of us standing there, just kebab Dane. Jesus, Jeebus.
Yeah, this is.
I'd be able to make a roll to try and pull him out of the way before he gets stabbed.
Well, let's see what we got here. Whew. I mean, if you wanted to, you could try to make a roll to have him take half damage and you share that half.
This damage. Okay, yeah.
Alright. So you roll me a get down, Mr. President, dexterity saving throw.
Dallas is jumping in front of him. Dexterity saving throw. Huh.
Ooh. Yeah. Unfortunately, you won't be able to mitigate any of the damage to yourself, so you will be taking half of that, so that'll be a total of 32 points of damage to each of you as you both get stabbed by one metallic spear. Just skewering the both of you.
I tried, Dane. I tried.
I appreciate it. It was a dumb decision on my part.
And they don't move after that. They hit you with a spear, and just hold position.
This is gonna hurt Dane as Dallen's pulling himself out. I suggest you do the same.
Do you get off the pedestal, Dane?
Yeah.
As you pull yourself off the spear and off the pedestal, the spears retract, and the statues go back into a ready stance. As you see the pedestal go back up to the main 5'1" goes back up to where it was before, and the smaller one above it goes as it goes back into its neutral position.
Well, that activated my weight.
Maybe too much weight?
Don't know. Tim, you said the indention looked very familiar. Would I be able to use a history check to see if I remember seeing something that looks like it would fit in that spot?
You would. An 18. I'll give you an advantage on that with a nat 20 because it was a very, very recent. Can you figure out with me saying that?
Is it the box?
It might be. As you take a look, the rectangular shape looks very reminiscent of a certain crate that you just took some ore out of.
Good.
As he's doing that, I'm gonna use second wind, give myself some health back.
You gain 15 hit points back. Taking half of the you basically took half damage there.
I'm gonna pat Dallen on the shoulder. Well, I say on the shoulder. I'm gonna pat him on the arm for a second and use my lay on hands to give him an extra 15.
As I'm like, thank you.
No problem. Also, I think I figured out what needs to go in this hole. It's that crate from the other room. If you guys want to help me bring that thing out.
Of course.
So, Tim, what was on the back wall again? I know there was a dwarven mural.
It wasn't on the wall. It was the crate itself.
That was on the crate itself. Okay.
Yep. The one currently facing you if you're in front of the crate was that of a dwarf with a craftsman hammer, like a forging hammer. The one on the other side was one with a shield. Which, as you take a closer look, it almost looks similar to a fan blade that you activated earlier. And this side had a dwarf with a pickaxe swinging down. And this one had a dwarf with a shield and spear at the ready to defend.
Well, I think I've also just figured out which way this crate needs to be placed. If you're allowed to be so kind, we're just going to haul this over to the other room quickly.
Of course. Yeah, would that be a strength check to help lift it?
I'll say, with the two of you at least, and probably Dallen working together, no check needed. It's not that terribly heavy.
Yeah, because I was about to ask the same thing.
It's definitely not as heavy as Dane is. As you slot the box perfectly in place, I'm assuming, what direction are you putting, as such?
So the side with the spear at the ready is going to be on the right. The side with the fan blade on the back. The the crafts dwarf on the left, and then the miner at the bottom.
Yep. So it slots in perfectly as you put it on the pedestal, and you watch as the pedestal, the smaller one, grinds and then goes halfway down. And nothing else happens.
Well, I'm gonna take the iron ore that I definitely grabbed from beforehand and put it back in the box.
As you put the 2 things of iron ore in it, you watch as it grinds down a little bit more and stops. It seems it needs a little more weight.
Let's check this room to the south. There might be more stuff down there that we can use to weigh this box down.
Hi.
As you open up this room, you see a myriad of work tables made out of stone. What looks to be some decayed leather here and there, as well as some pieces and parts of multiple different things just scattered across all the tables. On some, you see what looks to be gears. Some of them, like, you see heads of hammers that were ready to be, like, have handles placed within them. You see a couple of bent pickaxe heads. You also notice an indentation of what looks to be perhaps what may have once been a doorway right here, where there's some rubble of rocks there.
And judging by us being in the corridor before and seeing the collapsed section, I'm guessing it's a good indicator that this would have led out into the corridor, but since definitely collapsed.
But yeah, it definitely seems like in this room it was a dedicated workman space. Like here you don't see entire kits, but you see some pieces of carpenter tools, some cobbler's tools. You see some leatherworking, some masons, a couple things of smith tools, and some tinker's tools. Like not full actual like sets, but just little pieces here and there to indicate that like a myriad of different work was done in this room.
Would gathering all the pieces together of like a kit actually form a kit, or is it just like not even close?
Like it's a bunch of individual pieces for each like kit. Like you could probably keep a hold of some of them to like maybe replace a couple of your pieces if you broke some, or if you like might have broken some, but you're not able to make a full kit out of any of these.
That's fair. I'll pick up a couple extra Smith's Tools pieces just to replace mine if they break.
Sounds good.
And same with the jeweler's stuff as well, if there's any in here.
Yeah. And there's lots of scrap, like wood. Like you see some wood shavings here and there, metal shavings. You're able to see like leather scraps. It's like all sorts of like some obviously the leather and stuff. A lot of that, like, some of it is decayed, but you do see that there are some that seem to have been treated, and so there are some that, like, haven't quite disintegrated with time. But a proper investigation check would be needed. Ooh. What was that roll for, Dallen? Oh, right, that was... sorry. I looked at an older roll of yours.
Oh.
Oh, the 1d10 plus 6?
That was his second wind.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I also just realised that as soon as you said it.
So, as you all are in this craftsman's area, what are you all doing?
Talos is gonna look around, see if he can find anything that might be able to put some more weight in there, like something like any raw or material or things that might weight it down a bit more.
19. As you're kind of like scouring about, you see several scraps of crafting supplies here and there. You are able to find a couple pounds worth of iron ingots that haven't quite been, like, that were kind of shaved off and very much in a still raw state, but almost usable if one were to smelt it down into a bar again.
And I bring those over to Dane. He's like, I think these might work.
Hey, those will probably end up working a little bit. At the same time, I'm also going to grab the hammer heads and the bent pickaxe heads, and I'm also going to bring those over to the crate and dump them in.
I assume slowly, as to get a gauge of how heavy it needs to be.
Yeah.
Alright. And while you're in that room, Talos, give me a perception check.
Perception. 23. Since Dane got stabbed, Talos is like, eyes open.
You get a weird itch at the back of your neck when you're in this room.
I'm gonna look at the walls because, like, if it's the same feeling I'm getting from before, it's like spider sense is tingling.
With an 18 in investigation, you notice that there is a part of the wall that isn't what it appears to be.
We roll through it.
I think I found another lever, a hidden lever or something.
What have you found over there, Talos?
I think I found another lever.
Oh.
Check it out. Like, I'm not gonna just blindly reach, but I'm gonna try to see if I can look using the drift globe as for light to light it up.
As you kind of take a look, like, it is very difficult to see, but like your natural dungeon sense, like, has revealed to you that you believe that you have found a hidden door.
It might actually be a door.
Oh, very nice. You guys go check it out. I'm gonna try and balance this crate. As you just hear tink as an iron bar drops in.
Feel free to investigate at your leisure.
I'm gonna check out that door once they're done.
As you finish putting in some of the metal scraps into the crate, being extra careful to keep an eye on its movements, eventually you get it down to where the middle pedestal with the crate in it is in line with the main middle pedestal. And you hear a deep chunk. At which point, after a moment of silence, you hear suddenly as a set of gears seem to, like, you feel the ground shake beneath you, just like the feeling of heavy gears moving, and a confirmation of a final click, ching, and you feel as if something may have transpired, something may have occurred.
guess for the moment, I'll go wander back down to the rest of the group and see what this hidden area is all about.
Alright. So. And you're free to investigate it if you wish.
Alright. Oh, one sec. Someone's knocking at my front door. You guys continue. I'll be right back in just a second.
Knock, knock, knocking.
On Shax's door. We open the door and immediately see Milo's like crouched on top of the chest.
Yeah,
Joke's on you. Even if I was there, you wouldn't be able to see me.
As you slide open the door, you can see that this is very well hidden. And within, you can see a well-maintained tiny room with a chest in it, as well as some other supplies in it as well, just kind of scattered about on some, well, it looked like they might have been neatly placed on some shelving, but has since kind of fallen down. Let me just double check my notes here. As you kind of take a look around this room, the number of different tools that you can see about, you feel that if you were to collect, them together and combine them with maybe a few pieces that you had in the other room, you might be able to make something very interesting. Like, as you take a look around, you can almost see what appears to be just like a main base for a tool. Like, it looks like it could hold other stuff, and as you kind of start to pick up some of the other things, you get a strong feeling that a lot of these were meant to be put together.
In that case, I'm gather the stuff up and go back to the tool room to see what I can make from it.
Give me... What kind of check would this be? Maybe an Arcana check?
Okay. Please be a good roll.
15. You can see that this main base almost looks to be like a simple screwdriver, but as you kind of like fiddling about with it, you can see there's different knobs on it, and as you kind of turn a knob, you watch as several different mechanisms start to open on it and begin to switch out.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry about that. It was the cops.
Oh.
Apparently, they were checking. They were asking around the neighbor. Apparently, farther down the street, someone had an attempted break-in last night. So they were just asking if we've seen it, which I'm like, no, but I could send you guys my my outside security footage if you want.
Huh.
So they just gave me the email to send it to the oh gosh, what are they called? The investigator.
And it's my hometown police department, so they know me. So I'm like, guys, like okay, it's like that's kind of weird. They're like, yeah, we're just being thorough. Anyway, back to D&D.
Yes. So, as you take a look at this tool, like with that arcane check, you can definitely feel just like a magical connection to it. And as you're taking a look, like you can see some, like the initial part of the tools that you can see. It's very strange because like you see all like what appears to be some tools that maybe an alchemist could use or a brewer. You also see like an ink pen that pops out, but this also looks like it has slots for many other different types of tools as well.
Okay. So it's essentially just a Swiss Army knife, but
Yeah.
with dwarven make.
It seems to be missing a lot of parts though. It could be though, if you were to add stuff to it.
Am I able to determine kind of what's missing on it?
With a 15, you wouldn't be able to, but someone else that might be more familiar with the crafting of different varieties might be able to ascertain additional information.
Fair enough. Alright. Hey guys, can I get a hand with this? Seems to be some sort of like multi-tool or something, but it is missing a bunch of stuff.
Dallen, as you're taking a look at this, you can see that you could definitely insert some leatherworking and some wood carving tools to it.
Just be taking that.
You also notice, Dane, that you could also add some smithing tools to it as well, like a hammer.
With my jeweler's tools as well, would I also be able to see that I could add some jeweler's stuff to it, or?
Indeed.
Oh, I think I'll go ahead and do that. Add the smith's and the jeweler's tools to it.
Yeah, as you kind of remember from all the different types of tool parts that you found around the workbench shop, you kind of start to find a few of them, and a few of them slot in about near perfectly. Strangely, as you're adding some of these, they almost, something about this tool almost seems to like you add something to it, and as you're adding it, it doesn't feel like it should fit, but then it almost seems to magically slot in and almost transform as it makes its way into the machine, this handheld device itself.
Well, this is definitely an interesting device.
You feel like at the current junction, you probably have added just about everything you could from here. You still see that there are additional parts that could be added to it to make it more potent. And while you're able to adjust and work with it, you feel that in order to properly utilize such an item, you could probably use it like as a general tool for whatever you may need, but you feel it like the magic that's tied to it is meant for something or someone else.
Someone more of a gnomish persuasion right now. Well, I'll keep a hold of it for now, and if I find any more tool pieces, I can slot them in.
You definitely take note that this particular mechanism was definitely well hidden. Perhaps by a jealous dwarf that didn't want their work to be stolen by others.
It's definitely going to have better use outside of the hold than in the hold right now.
Did any of you actually say if you looked inside the chest, or was it just around?
No one looked inside the chest. I think it was just around.
You look at the
Dane
chest.
can't even open the chest.
It is locked.
Milo, if you're around, would you be able to lend a hand?
As you turn around and look about, you suddenly hear a click behind you. As you turn around to see what it was, there's nothing there, but the chest is currently unlocked.
Thank you, Milo. I don't know where you are, but thank you.
It's a little scary how good he is at doing that.
Aye, definitely.
As you start to take a look inside the chest, and you don't see anything in there, because someone else happened to not only unlock it, but also grab everything within it before you could turn around.
It's like, well, if there was anything in here, it's not now. Unless there was nothing in there to begin with. Who leaves an empty chest in the middle of a locked area, hidden behind a wall?
Well, maybe they locked it relocked it out of habit after clearing it out.
Maybe. Oh well, if there's nothing else here, we should probably head on.
Let's do.
So for the first thing that you find, Milo, you find a strange metal piece. It's unusual because, like, it's very intricate in that you could see that it's almost looks like it's supposed to connect something with something else. Are you familiar with, like, PVC pipes?
Right, so.
So, you know, like that one that has, like, it looks like a tube, but it, like, connects one PVC pipe to another?
Yeah.
So, think of something like that, except more, like, kind of like a very, like, mithril silver. And it slots into, it looks like it should slot into something, while on the bottom side, like, it seems to have a more of a, kind of an odd shape. Definitely seems like something maybe a craftsman would use for something, but for what purpose or for what, you're not able to immediately determine.
And even if I rolled like a history check on it?
You could roll a history check to try. 20. As you kind of take a look at it from the shadows, like the top part definitely looks like it's meant to kind of like slot into something. And then the other side is meant to, like, have something else slot into it.
Okay.
So, and the way that they're shaped is definitely different pieces. And, like, best you can tell, it might be something a mithril make, especially with how small it is. and it has some intricate carving details on it as well. Like, nothing of any specific origin, like probably is Dwarven, but it could honestly be anything, like Elvish, Gnomish. It's hard to say, but it's definitely intricately carved, and like without even an Arcana check, you can definitely feel that there's a magical energy about it. But I will say with that 20 history, you definitely know whatever this is, it's not a main piece itself. It seems like it's meant for something else. Like it's meant to perhaps improve two things into one.
I know, like, the rough size of both ends, or...
About something that, like, one could hold in their hand, perhaps.
Okay.
That's all I'll be able to give you with that. As for the second item, double check my notes here. The second is 2 vials of what appears to be some interesting looking liquid. Like, one tube holds what appears to be a milky liquid, which if you kind of pop it open and have a sniff, it does have a bit of an alcohol smell to it. The other vial is in another viscous milky white substance, but this one is in a slightly different container. Whereas the first one was in a thin tube with a stopper on the top. It has not only like it has some gold, like, viney inlay on the outside of the bottle, making it look very fancy. This other one looks more like a kind of a chemistry flask, like a wider at the bottom and taller at the top. But the stopper on this one has a tiny miniature lock, keeping the top of this lid sealed. And there is no key for it. Not that that will stop you, but the viscous liquid inside also has some gold, intricate, viney-looking stuff to it as well. And let's see, it will contain... Woo! It contains 7 ounces total.
Which one?
The one that looks like a chemistry flask, kind of like a chemistry pyramid-like flask. The other one just kind of looks like a straight chemistry tube thing. I wonder if I could pull up a picture. Yeah, okay. Copy that. And so that's the first flask there that has the 7 ounces of liquid. And the other one... has this look to it. There you go. Post it in your thing. These are the two jars that you find in that chest. But you took note as you were kind of looking inside of it that these two items were definitely kept in there very, very carefully to ensure that neither one broke.
Okay, I'm assuming I see everything in both files, is that correct?
Yes. They
Okay.
both have a milky white substance to them.
Yes. However, that thin one looks rather peculiar.
I guess, yeah, this would be... You can give me a history check with disadvantage to have some idea about what these might be.
18?
An 18. You're not a craftsman yourself, but the way that these are constructed and they're held, you believe you may have heard rumor of some sort of legendarily potent adhesive. An adhesive that's so potent that there's only one other sort of liquid that is able to dissolve it. And with how these two match up, and they both are liquids, and you kind of switch them about, and both of them look very viscous inside the bottles, you can only assume that perhaps these might be some sort of magical adhesive and maybe a solvent.
Okay.
Are you pocketing them?
No, I'm gonna reverse pickpocket them into Dane's inventory.
Oh. Give me a perception check, Dane.
There's no way I'm gonna beat a 29, but yeah, no.
You don't know you have it, but you have two unique bottles in your inventory now.
Alrighty.
Oh, no. Everything, including this
Oh.
PVC connector piece thing.
Alright.
Milo has no idea what the fuck that is, nor does he gonna take the time to figure it out.
Fair enough. Alright, so. What are you all doing now?
I'm adding stuff to my inventory, so.
I'll say that you all easily feel that you may be done in this particular, area. So.
Yeah.
You all move somewhere else, you have full control over the avatar. You may proceed as you wish.
Maybe we should check back at the center, see if anything else has been set off yet.
Well, it did look like there's the section of bridge just up to the right. Though we also do have that large door on the other side of the corridor from this room.
Ooh. Let's check that out and see if anything other mechanisms might be back there.
Whoever wants to move the character can. As you open up the large door that leads to the west, you can feel kind of a cooler air kind of blow past that feels a little bit cleaner, like less sulfurous. And as you take a look before you, you see more of what appears to be kind of a rough, carved area of tunnel. It's not nearly as smooth as some of the other parts of the hold that you've been visiting has been. You all wish to traverse down it?
Just poke our head in for a minute.
Yeah. As you step in, your footsteps echoing within the tunnels, you're able to see as the tunnel spreads further to the north in a vast distance. Give me a history with advantage, Dane.
21.
21. As you take a look at the rock walls around you and kind of like the erratic shaping of this particular corridor, you easily recognize that you have just found the entrance to the mines. Mines of Thugrahm.
Mines of Thugrahm.
And as the party stands here at the entrance to the mines looking beyond, the pathway still not fully clear to them. That is where we're going to leave this session for today. As you all will be getting 500 EXP for roleplay and some excellent puzzle solving so far.
Three. Puzzles.
I'll be right back. As our heroes continue to make their way to the hold of Thugrahm, will they be able to find the fire elemental? Will they be able to make it through this maze of the hold and make it out alive? Find out on the next exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.